Ready? Play.
So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it when it comes to Zverev and Djokovic. That's what we saw today. How, where does it put us in terms of the semifinals against Sinner? It was not the longest match. It's not going to be something that's going to like drain Novak. But does it matter? Isn't Jannik just like a younger version of Djokovic in many ways?
Yeah, in many ways, the last year and a half, we're seeing, the Djokovicification of Sinner, where he's just, super reliable, like a ball machine, kind of just extremely good at hitting a super elite ground strokes, movement. Everything is sort of very much reminds me of Djokovic in his prime, but he's hitting the ball harder. Whereas Djokovic, what he can rely on is his, all court game, his ability to sort of disrupt the patterns, his experience, his match win streak in this place, like all of those intangibles, I feel like are going to have to come to the fore, because all this like time and space that he had today against Zverev, where he was able to kind of execute those flaws, like you said, bring Zverev forward, expose his lack of ability to win points from the baseline outside of the serve and be offensive. Sinner's not going to have any problem doing any of that. So Djokovic will be inevitably having to do a lot more running and defending. And the question is just, can he withstand that pace? Can he withstand the baseline exchanges enough to where he can get those drop shots in play and, make it more of an all-court match? Because if he can, then I think he has a shot at making it competitive, or at least making Sinner work for it.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm actually saying this right now, but I think I also have some sort of a post-Djokovic great win adrenaline rush. I actually think it will be competitive now.
I do. Yeah, it should be, right?
Just watching this today, he's the master. I mean, he's the professor. He's the GOAT, and he's gonna do all it takes, and he's gonna know exactly how he wants to play this. Obviously, again, the serve has to be on point. The aggression has to be higher than today in terms of the forehand. He won't have that comfort of just redirecting first, of being always the first to strike, because Sinner is not going to give him that. I don't think the drop shot will be as important, as useful, because there simply won't be as much space to play it. But yeah, indeed, he is more of a he's way more versatile as an all-court player than Jannik still. Physically, somebody says here, I think Joao just a second ago, that he could outlast Sinner. I mean, Sinner could still be pretty vulnerable physically sometimes, so maybe that's not even that bad. But obviously, Novak just cannot get it with him into like all these rallies that we didn't get to see at all today, which is just, sprinting to one corner, hitting a great shot on the run. Then you have to be there again. And like both players are trading the kind of ping pong intensity points like Sinner and Alcaraz tend to do in their matchup. I don't think you can play like this against Sinner, and he will not attempt to. So like, to me, his success rate, his potential effectiveness in this is just how well he's going to be able to stay away from that. not play that sort of game with Jannik. Basically, not allow Jannik to show that he is, in some ways, at least a younger version of himself, because Djokovic is definitely the more complete player still.
Yes.
But yeah, it's gonna be quite amazing. I actually do like the prospects of this matchup a little bit more right now than I did 3 hours ago. So thank you, Alexander Zverev, for that, I guess.
Yeah, no, I to be honest, I was excited about the prospect pre-tournament as well. Just because when I saw Djokovic's draw, I think that's the thing that made me feel like, okay, he's going to get to the quarters pretty comfortably, and then we'll see from there. And it all kind of depended on this performance and the fact that he exposed Zverev so handily. It makes me think the semi will be competitive. It does make me think, we could be in for something. And I must also say that Sinner has never won a match over 4 hours in his career. He does have physical dips. He does.
How many has he
struggle.
played?
5 or 6 or 7. I mean, he doesn't get into many
Okay.
of them, right?
No, that's enough sample size. Yeah, I was just thinking how many, is it like 2, 3? I guess obviously US Open against Alcaraz was last year 4 hours too, over 4 hours.
Medvedev, Wimbledon.
That was over 4 hours? Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then also same with
Khachanov, US Open?
Khachanov. He never
I
played
don't know, I'm
Khachanov.
guessing. I mean, I
But
don't know.
in none of his 3 slams that he won, he never went 4 hours with anybody. Even the Medvedev comeback was like 3 hours 45.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking
Yeah.
probably that Medvedev Wimbledon win also wouldn't be 4 hours, but it could be. I was just guessing, to be honest. I'll check that. But anyway,
But-
yeah, it should be a fair few matches.
But he doesn't have a whole lot of experience being dragged into the trenches because, well, he's won so easily. He's lost 36 games en route to the semi. Whereas Djokovic is a little more battle tested, at least in the quarterfinals. He's got, he's got so much experience of going 5 sets and just
Yeah,
he still seems like a master in this format. And he hasn't, at some point we were thinking maybe the best of 5 thing could be a factor later in the second week for Djokovic. Like it could hurt him negatively. I don't think that anymore. I really don't.
It's not a big sample, to be honest. It's the Altmaier match as well, obviously.
Well, with this
That's
Zverev match also at the US Open.
Zverev at the US Open, yes.
Tsitsipas, Australia.
Wimbledon against Medvedev was 4 hours on the dot.
Yeah.
And Tsitsipas Australian Open as well. Khachanov, that didn't even get there, 3.5 hours.
I guess Alcaraz last year, the French, Alcaraz 2022 US Open.
Yeah, I'm not sure about
sizes.
Alcaraz at the French last year because
I'm pretty sure that was over 4.
doesn't have it.
It should have been like 4 hours 10. At
Probably
least.
was because it's a clay match still. I would imagine it was, yeah. But I don't know where to check it easily, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe score or something.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that with who was it here? Ghibli, I think. Oh, Ghibli, see you. Welcome to you, by the way. Long time no see. Although you were on the stream a couple of days ago as well. But anyway, no, that wasn't the comment I wanted to highlight. This was the one. Yeah, I mean, it's not useful in terms of the tactics. They won't be the same. But, just seeing that Novak got through it in good physical shape and that he was able to think like this on the court, you'd think he will have some extra stuff as well prepared for the Sinner matchup. But of course, it will be much more difficult. What does Novak need to do to get the match to go 4 hours? I still don't think he should try to get it to go 4 hours, to be honest. It just might not be as done as one might think if that happens, I suppose.
Yeah. Like what I'm trying to say is that I don't think it's like a huge advantage for Sinner if it goes to that point.
Yes. That's what we were trying to say rather than that he should try to make it 4 hours, because I don't think he should, not at all, against someone who's 15 years younger or whatever. Also, maybe... Yeah, I was going to also come back to a Zverev question because I have a similar one, but let's do Matthew first. In the context of his career, where does this Zverev loss rank? I guess in terms of what most depressing? Where does it rank? I mean, there's still the team US Open one. There's the Medvedev Australian Open one from last year. Behind these two?
Taylor Fritz US Open last year, quarterfinals.
Interesting points. I mean,
there's a lot of them. That's the thing. There's so many. The one against Steph, in 2021. The one against Djokovic in 2021 US Open. Like he's lost a lot of matches like this. I guess this was maybe the most depressing one against Djokovic. Oh, I would say that, like,
Oh, easily, yeah.
of the four, and maybe at RG in a long time too. This is the first time in 5 years that he hasn't made the semis. So
Yeah, the matches against Fritz were terrible, I agree, but it kind of felt like, okay, here's a quirky opponent who's decent, but, and just kind of outplays Zverev at his own game. And yes, it stopped him from going deeper in slams, but I don't know, there was just never that sort of like defeated feeling to it. Today, the way I saw Zverev just like react to this mentally, I think it has to be one of the most depressing ones. Sinner Australia, was it more depressing? I guess, Nick, because
I'll give you one that I just thought of
gap
right now.
was so long, was so huge. Yeah.
The 2022 Australian Open. He played Denis Shapovalov.
Yeah, I remember.
I'm gonna
that.
say like the fourth round or something. I think that's the
6-4,
worst I've seen him
6-4,
play.
6-4, yeah.
Yeah, because like everybody was expecting him to do something.
But I think it's worse to like treat it, like a bad day, basically. Like, worse. I think it's easier to treat it like a bad day that Shapovalov won.
But
when
mostly
you lose
because
without
he's
ever
so
having a
good
chance.
against lefties for the most part, and he's so good in a matchup like that that you would expect. You would expect better, but I guess in terms of like later in the tournament, probably that's not going to be.
I mean, he just played super passively with the forehand, but yeah, it wasn't that late in the tournament, and you can also just treat it as a bad day at all, as a bad day, and that's it really. Was this similar to the lead up to Djoko Sinner at Australia? I think we had more concerns regarding Djokovic then.
Yeah, because coming in, didn't he have like some kind of a like?
He had some illness thing, and we had probably more concerns about Djokovic, but also Sinner obviously was before winning his first slam. We weren't really sure if his amazing disposition in the latter half of 23 was going to be maintained. So I think Djokovic was in a weaker spot, and Sinner was also in one.
Yeah.
So
because for me, that's the worst match I've seen Djokovic play like in a slam, like the one that he lost to Sinner.
Could be.
He like
for 2 sets, he was absolutely unable to compete with anybody.
Something was definitely wrong with him on the day. I don't know what it was, but I just feel like Sinner was playing well, but he didn't need to play great. He just needed to be solid.
Zverev would routine him that day. No.
I think many players would beat him the level that he had in the first 2 sets that day.
It's very possible, yes. But also, of course, it's tennis. Like the only shot we can control fully is the serve. So it also matters what the opponent throws at you.
Wow.
And the other, actually, I'm going to get this one from Nick first, but I also have one more question before we end. Does the fact Clay is Sinner's least favorite surface matter in the upcoming match? Not that it matters against anyone other than Alcaraz, apparently.
I think a little bit, right? Maybe Djokovic can use that, like a little bit more time to kind of, get his returns into play, get his forehand working. Like just that extra time just allows Djokovic to use his variety more. Whereas on a faster court, he might just get rushed, like in Shanghai, for instance.
I think it does if you can get Sinner away from like these favorite baseline patterns of his, and very few players can. So for Djokovic specifically, it could matter, yes. But in general, I don't think that the people who say that Sinner is still not that good on clay are any even like close to right. Yes, Sinner Djokovic will be at night, 8:15 p.m. local time, just like this one was. It's going to be the second semifinal. And one more question about Alexander Zverev. Is this where we officially say no slams for you?
My name is Clara Towson, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
I am Francisca George, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Susan Leemans, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom. Yeah.
My name is Zainab Sammaz, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hey guys, my name is Sasha Vickery, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Harris, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Jan Faria and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Yes.
Take one. Well done.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Paolini and I'm a friend of the show.
Wow, Jasmine, you got it in one time.
Ready? Play.
My name is Clara Towson, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Or two, but Alcaraz Sinner in Islam.
Wow, 2 Damians.
2 Damians, 1 Vanch, 1 Carson, but it's actually gonna be just me and Carson here. Well, Novak Djokovic, Jannik Sinner. I have to say, since that video, my excitement has dialed down a little. Like, I was definitely on a bit of a high. Now I'm just way more interested in what's happening in Birmingham in Tyler. But maybe this match will lure me back in.
I think this will be an exciting match. Obviously, Novak, a legend here, and Sinner looking for a first title here in Roland Garros. Of course, another match to go after this one. I think it'll be a good match, though. So 4-4 head-to-head, as you can see on screen there. Sinner's won 4 of the last 5, though. So maybe a little bit of a momentum swing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, recently it's been tough for Novak to compete. Basically only does when he like throws it all out at Sinner. You know, the intensity of like his aggression has to be very high. Probably can't expect to win against Jannik in like very intense baseline rallies where they're both just jumping out of the corners. Even against Zverev, he was losing that. But then, of course, Zverev was not really able to like keep going at that, just basically played straight through the middle the entire time and really allowed Novak to have that upper hand and basically decide where the rally will go. Against Jannik, seems like Novak, if he wants to do the same, he will have to like, you know, just tear it out of Sinner. He will absolutely just have to come out and force it onto Jannik. And yeah, you're obviously right to mention that it's just one match after that. But yeah, before the event, we were all thinking Alcaraz, Sinner. One match away from this as well, as obviously Carlos Alcaraz made it to the final earlier against Lorenzo Musetti.
He won the first semifinal of the day. Musetti had to retire in that one, so unfortunate for him. Hopefully not anything that's too serious. Yeah, this match, to begin though, I'm showing Darren Cahill on my screen at the moment, and looks like we have our first spam comment in the chat for today.
Yeah, first spam comment, but also first comment from an actual chatter in Matthew, who thinks that hopes that this will be close. That's an interesting note as well from Gil there, and kind of goes to what Matthew is saying here, that he hopes that Djokovic can hold the first few games because, well, if he's not able to lock up any breakpoints against him, that will be difficult. I think if it's a blowout, it probably won't make Novak think about his future yet more than like some other matches have. But if something similar happens at Wimbledon, yeah.
Yeah, if this goes maybe the way the Australian Open match went in 2024, especially more reminiscent of the first couple sets, maybe not questions at that point, but I think Wimbledon will be a bigger factor for him. But yeah, I think after winning a title last week, it was a 250, not a Grand Slam, so there's quite a bit of difference in between those two, but I think he's got a little bit of renewed confidence coming out of that, regardless of what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, Novak has said many times that like he wants to keep going until he's competitive against the top young guys. I don't think he really cares whether he's competitive against like Zverev, Ruud, and the likes. I think it's really Sinner and Alcaraz that are on his mind right now. He obviously beat Carlos in Australia. Whether that's sustainable in the long run, we will see. They haven't played since. Jannik, yeah, not in a while, not since 2023. So definitely a big one for him today to kind of test the waters and see how that's going to work out. Where are you on your stream? How
it's
far?
15 all.
15 all. Okay,
Novak.
I'll probably switch streams then.
Are you behind
No.
or ahead?
Oh, yeah. I'll find an option that probably should be closer. But yeah, hopefully we'll figure it out somehow. Mm,
All right, Sinner just took the forehand long, so it's 30,
yeah,
15.
two exactly the same points. Novak playing like a very wide-angled forehand, and Sinner missing different shots. Just one was wide, one was long, but doesn't really. Sorry, one was in the net, one was long, but basically the same point. Okay, this should be better. Now I see Novak preparing to serve at 30-15.
And bad return there.
Okay, should be more or less synced now.
Oh, producer, that comment about spam wasn't about you. There's a
He knows.
Twitch spam. All right, relatively simple first game there for Novak.
Yeah, lost the first point, then got Sinner wide to his forehand corner and watched the errors fly on the next 2 points. 2 good serves after that. Well, what Djokovic wanted, I suppose. I don't think the roof is closed for this one, right? It was closed for the other semi.
Yeah, it is open. It is a little bit windy though. There you can see some shots just like some balls blowing around a little bit. So roof open, windy. We'll see if that has any effect here early on as players get used to that.
Yeah, Novak is famously not a fan of playing in the wind. Sinner, I guess, somewhat indifferent. The Infosys stats, they don't really give too much chance to Novak. I mean, according to them, he has a barely better serve this fortnight at least, whereas the return, the forehand, the backhand, and the movement are all pretty firmly in Sinner's favor. Yeah, that's okay. But I guess that's always the case with Jannik, right? We've said it many times. He has the best shot-for-shot game on the planet. You kind of have to think to beat him, and Novak can think. Let's see.
Love here. Novak. It's a good put away from Sinner.
We've had the king of entertainers on our screens a second ago, Mansur Barami. I'd love to see some sort of magic like that in this match. But obviously, both players kind of rely more on brutal efficiency rather than being wizards on the court. Is Luigi facing Mario today? Sort of, I guess, given the red shirt. Yeah, drop shot number 1. Guy Forget was also there, but I was actually just thinking about Mansur Barami, who was sitting next to him. Yeah, but they were together. I don't think Guy Forget was an entertainer, though. At least not to that extent. Definitely not. And yeah, drop shot number 1. I don't think it's an important topic today, to be honest, because he's not going to be hitting them the same number as against Zverev. Some people are suggesting that it's like vital, how many drop shots does Novak play? But there's just not going to be space to hit all these drop shots. Zverev just allowed him to basically have the upper hand in every rally. Against Sinner, it's going to be way more efficient to just try to go for the kill, I think, most times. But yeah, 1 game all.
Yeah, Sinner's movement is quite a bit better than Zverev's. He's going to be able to chase down some of those drop shots.
I think even more importantly, he's not going to be 3 meters behind the baseline. And the ball coming at Djokovic will also be much tougher movement. I mean, Zverev is fast, but he's just standing in the back fence, plus not giving like anything to Novak in terms of his ball. So, yeah, it was a perfect strategy for that match. Probably not too applicable today, but indeed, he has started better than Lehečka or Bublik.
Not saying much, to be fair. They both struggled for quite a while during those matches to get a game on the board.
Yeah, there was that viral tweet that went viral, right? Where you had all the reactions from Bublik, Lehečka, and third round opponent of Sinner, whom I am now. No, third round was Lehečka, so Rublev, yeah. So Lehečka, Rublev, and Bublik basically just all, just hands into the air after winning a game against Jannik. We didn't see that from Novak today.
I think Novak might have a different expectation of himself in this matchup, though. So
definitely, and he won his first game, right? And they had to wait for it.
It would have been funny if he had not celebrated, though.
Yeah, if he went for the meme, but I'm sure he's not really either not aware of it or just not. He's not gonna focus and stuff like that.
No, I'm sure he's not thinking about that.
Yeah, he's got one thing in mind, and that's maybe not today yet, but he's got one thing in mind, and that's the Roland Garros title. Probably just finds that Sinner. There's gonna be an inspection of the ball mark from Damien Dumoussois. No, actually, it's out.
Oh, just out. I thought it had hit the line, but
Hawkeye agrees this time. We've had some instances during this event when the Hawkeye does not agree with the chair umpire, but this time they're in sync. Still could be drop shotting a fair bit, Novak, or even maybe short slicing, just get Sinner off the baseline, but we'll see. I guess it remains to be seen how aggressive he can be off the ground. So far, he's doing a good job for sure. And yeah, that was just for this event, the insights. Yeah, so Novak returned 7.5. That's not relevant to his whole career or even season.
We've seen 2 drop shots from Novak so far. I think it will be interesting to see if he thinks that has to be part of his game plan today, just to give something a little bit different to Sinner.
Yeah, that's definitely valuable against Jannik. Just gotta try to keep him from playing his baseline game, which is basically the best on the tour right now. And cat and mouse play. Ooh, yeah, he's actually gonna get burned here. Cat and mouse play isn't Jannik's strength, but here, despite such a good position for a drop shot, Sinner was on it and was able to still put it away. Some of the issues with playing drop shots against Sinner, which here it was obviously a good position for it. But Bublik basically, the Bublik match basically displays that well. I mean, the ball coming at you is just so hard, heavy, regular, consistent of both wings that there's little space to do it, even if you're Alexander Bublik. But yeah, that's a great start.
It's a good start from him. Holding serve in his first 2 service games. This will help get him into the match a little bit. Calm any nerves.
Doesn't seem like he has any nerves to calm down, to be honest. I mean, he looks very locked in and just, keeping the points nice, neat, clean on the serve should be important. No, actually, for the producer, Djokovic had one drop shot where he won the point. It's
Yeah,
one
right.
out of 4.
Which
Yeah. Sinner was in the net, and then Djokovic passed him, had like a half open court. Career return for Novak, I would say, would be 9.9. Unless, well, I mean, yeah, you can't really find a better returner. Definitely not. Yeah. Do you mean that it's 16-16, or do you mean that it's 16K? I acknowledged that it's 16K already on one of the previous streams. And indeed, we sped up quite a lot over the last few days. Good for us. I mean, and thank you to everybody who subbed, either within the last few days or within the last 3 years. If you know somebody who is in the connected to Twitter, can you please unblock our account? So that's kind of somebody watching has that, please. Did I see Ryan Cherky's performance against Spain? No, I did not watch Nations League. No, just sorry, thank you. By the way, didn't they lose like 4-5? So was it abysmal? Is that? I mean, 4-5 obviously doesn't sound that horrible, I suppose, but they were 1-5 down. I checked the results because I saw a meme that basically had France lying on the floor, and there were like 4 people, just butting it with something, and these people were like, Pedri, Nico Williams, and the likes. So I just checked the results to see why that is the case. I wish these memes instead had a template of Bernard Tomic getting beaten up by these gambling guys a couple of years ago. Throwing another drop shot in. This time it's in the net. Didn't hate the idea. I mean, Sinner was like maybe a step behind the baseline. Seems like Novak would have been at least still in the point if not landed. By the way, by the both in the stadium. Sorry. Did you mean Jannik and Novak, or was it Novak and somebody else? I'm actually not sure. He outshined Lamal, Pedri, and Mbappe, and they lost 4-5. Okay. Dustin Hoffman was also in the crowd for Alcaraz Musetti earlier, yeah. Someone else in the crowd? I mean, I don't know who else then. Or is Rafa in the crowd? No. Dustin Hoffman probably does not have a 9 plus return career rating. I know Carlos Alcaraz said that he will watch the match, but I'm assuming he will do it from his hotel room.
Yeah, hotel or out at dinner, if they've left the stadium yet, even.
These guys are well known too, but I can't remember who they are. Guess the celebrity is a big part of watching Grand Slam tennis, especially at Wimbledon in the presidential box or whatever they call it. I guess something with the Queen/King now.
There's the
Joao said drop shot disaster class. So far, it's kind of like that.
I mean, the last couple haven't even gotten over the net, though. So.
Oh, Andre is in the crowd. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I like that call. Yeah. Could be one of the best returners of all time as well. Yeah, if you're talking about Roland Garros final in 2020, like it would be kind of similar because in different let's say strategy to play the drop shot, but Roland Garros 2020 he cannot win a point against Rafa because the defense is just so good. So he starts going for the drop shot, and here against Jannik, I guess he just wants to keep the points short there. So that's why he's doing that, right? So, but yeah, I don't think it's a good long-term strategy here. Not really.
That was a good from Sinner.
That's amazing. Like, then again, like if that's how Sinner is moving, what else exactly is Djokovic supposed to do?
Yeah, Novak played pretty good defense on that point. It's just like there just came a point late where he just wasn't quite able to get to that ball quick enough.
Yeah, but the only reason he was even in the position to defend was because earlier he was attacking, and then Sinner is just so quick on that backhand cross court and turns it around easily. Let's see. First crucial moment. There's a drop shot coming. Should be a point for Novak. Yeah. He's playing them well. 2 out of 6, I think, success rate, but he's playing them like really close to the net, just trying to go for a perfect one. And when he lands it,
Ooh. All right, break point now.
oh, it was definitely just pretty much tension for Alcaraz, Roland Garros 23. He knew that everybody considered him the favorite. He barely slept just before the match, and then yeah, just wasn't ready. I mean, Sinner has already won 3 slams, beaten this guy many times. I like his chances not to be too, I don't know, frazzled. And he's not here with a strong return that bounces way over Novak's head. Obviously not the greatest bounce, but still. First break goes to Sinner. I don't know. I mean, I know it's just one break and everything, but let's imagine Jannik plays like that for exactly this intensity, exactly this like everything for the next hour and a half. What exactly is Novak supposed to do? Like I think he's gotta hope for some dips or points that he'll be able to wrap up even more aggressively than he is trying to do right now. Sinner is moving so well though. Starting to get worried about this match, but let's see.
It's quite early, but the short points are definitely going Sinner's way at the moment. In points that have won 1 to 4 shots, Sinner has 7. Novak has won 4 of them. So it's still early, but it's not a good ratio.
You really think, Joao, that the way the match was played contributed? I don't. I mean, Alcaraz came out so nervous, and then by the end of the second set was like the first moment when he was really starting to feel something. Can Novak realistically tire Sinner out of those drop shots? I don't think he can. The aim is to tire him out. I think the aim is to mix it up, keep him away from his favorite patterns, get him into like cat and mouse play where potentially his not lack of, but somewhat average touch can come out. I don't think the aim is to tire him out, no.
I think tiring him out would be pretty difficult to do. Those anyway, like Sinner's going to get to a majority of them fairly easily, and then once he's up there, the point's going to end relatively quickly in some way. So it takes a little more movement, obviously, but
Sinner is definitely somewhat fragile physically, of course, compared to the average top player, but I don't think it's gonna be the drop shots that get him there. Like it's kind of gonna happen or not. There's a lot of random people just shown on my screen, and I feel like I should know them, but I've got no idea who they are. I know who this guy in the green shirt is. It's Jannik Sinner, the winner of 3 of the last 5 Grand Slam titles, and somebody who might go for another one here. Still a calendar Grand Slam in play. Yeah, Novak just taking some big swings, but he was basically out of the point by then. I not gonna lie, I kinda want to see Sinner win the calendar Grand Slam just to see the Pavi G tweets about his ban. I mean, he would just go wild, when he would just constantly be talking about that ban and how it was, so inconsequential that in that said year the player still won a calendar Grand Slam. But yeah, quick hold for Jannik. The signs not looking great for. Oh, actually.
That's out.
Oh, it's out. Yeah. Okay.
Not quite over. And Hawkeye does not agree.
Hawkeye does not agree with the umpire. Okay. I'd have to rewind and see it again, but like just from the first vibe, it seemed into me. But anyway, doesn't matter. 4-2 Jannik.
There are a couple of interesting points that Novak played early on in that game. Just looked like he lost his footing or wasn't able to read where Sinner was going with it. That's a little bit concerning to see this early on in the match.
Yeah, I think the second point especially was just a very good body serve. He was in the trenches after that, and the first one, I guess, somewhat similar. What causes the inaccuracies in Hawkeye? I mean, it's not like Hawkeye is not a perfect system. It's going to be, it has a margin for error. He's not getting outpowered or outplayed. He's definitely not getting outpowered, but he's kind of struggling to make his mark against an opponent who is younger, more dynamic, just as consistent, just as brutally efficient. The strategy he's come out with, which is apparently to hit a ton of drop shots is not really going to work against this particular opponent. I think we've said it on the preview as well that you guys were listening to either 2 days ago or at the beginning of the stream, that Novak kind of has to go all out, attack as much as it is possible, and so far I don't really know if we're seeing that. Also, of course, Jannik is doing well at just like keeping that away from him. I guess that serve volley was kind of, and a good attempt, just wasn't executed right.
I mean, it's different, which he needs something different right now. That one, that volley just is not good enough at all.
Yeah, I love the idea, but obviously didn't work out well. And it's love 30 now, so we're not far from just kind of throwing this first set into the bin and seeing what comes later. But let's see, maybe Novak can still hold on.
Yeah, first serve percentage is quite low right now. So he's really the last couple service games, especially just getting lost behind his second serve. And there's just not enough pop on it to throw Sinner off at all.
Yeah, that's true as well. I mean, serving right now, playing Alcaraz or Sinner, serving is very crucial to Novak's chances in these matches. Just has to keep it nice, clean, short. Can't redo that of the second serve, although on this occasion, obviously, Jannik misses the return.
All right, back to 30 all now.
Yeah, somewhat cheap forehand error from Jannik in this cross-court exchange. Yeah.
That just doesn't work out.
Yeah, I feel like Novak wanted to kind of like have more after that first aggressive forehand, but again, Jannik is on it quickly, he's so fast, anticipates well, gets the ball back to him, and then there's kind of like a lack of ideas in Novak, which is obviously a big con. That's a funny one with Dustin Hoffman doing the swing, basically shadowing the swing of Djokovic, sort of, because he didn't actually drop shot. He kind of just like played a normal backhand. I don't know, but that's not something I expected to see today. Either way, yeah. I mean, we're kind of seeing Novak out of ideas for the time being, although he does save the break point with a good serve.
Oh.
Aye. That's another great serve. Good +1 forehand. Everything is okay, but Sinner is on it, throws in the moon ball. Djokovic messes up the smash of the baseline. Obviously a very difficult shot, but after the serve, he definitely expected to win the point.
That smash works out. A little bit of an easier shot up at the net.
A little bit, yeah. Obviously, the Sinner didn't get the same kind of depth on it at all. This one, Novak is able to put away easily. Trying to cling on, stay in the set. Maybe he'll do just that.
From Novak, just with a much lower toss. Sinner wasn't quite ready for that one. And he holds. Still just one break. Good question from
Yeah.
Do you think
The
it's
serve kind of came alive.
calendar slam? I don't know if it's too early necessarily. I think probably win a second slam here at Roland Garros before I would really think about it too much. And then obviously
I'd say Roland Garros. I'm fine with the Roland Garros title being a deciding factor because presumably that's the toughest one for him to win. So yeah, it definitely becomes a conversation if he does.
Yeah, I think Wimbledon is somewhere that we all expect him to do quite well at throughout his career. So he'll win titles there eventually, I think, and then obviously already has a U.S. Open title, so we know he can win there. So I do think that this tournament could, like, this will kind of be the turning point if he does win the title here.
I think so. I mean, he'd definitely go into Wimbledon as the favorite then. Right now, somewhat undecided between him and Alcaraz, I guess. We know what he did at the US Open last year. In fact, he's still yet to drop a set in this event even. So I'm assuming he will at some point, either today or in the final, but really not wasting much time. Speaking of something different, Novak there with the moon ball. And he's actually going to win the point as well.
All right, love 30 now. Maybe the first pressure points for Sinner on his serve. We'll see how he handles this.
Painful one because he knows he read it well.
So 15:30 now.
Another backhand moonball. Just followed up by another backhand drop shot. Yeah. Novak, the moonball is fine, clearly, but don't play the dropper.
Just stick to moonballs.
Yeah, just stick to moonballing like Barbara Krejcikova to win the French. Obviously, I'm kind of laughing. I mean, the rally was getting really long. He is 38 years old. Maybe that was kind of the deciding factor, but he didn't. Yeah, I mean, Sinner is on the baseline. There's just not much that you're going to be able to do with this. Think it's out, yeah. And that low 30 chance might be gone now.
Looks like that point he misplayed that left 30 is probably going to come back to haunt him a little bit here.
Yeah,
Just with
that was a decent chance that he wins that if he just lands a clean hit on the counter, yeah. Yeah. A little bit more moonballing, but this one was never really gonna work. Sinner so comfortably in the inside out position, or inside in actually in this case anyway. Gets the game from no 30.
Showing Novak's average rally hit point on my screen right now. He's standing about 2 or 3 feet further back tonight than he has throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, that is not what he wants to do. I would even argue that he would love to be further inside the court than in the other matches. And obviously against Sinner, it was just so easy because, yeah, the opponent was doing nothing. The opponent was just allowing him to be inside the court. Here he has to like fight for it, and so far isn't really doing that, but I appreciate that it's also difficult. Went for the big forehand down the line, but it's gonna be long. Maybe that's what he needs to be doing. Two forehands to Jannik's backhand, not doing all that much damage, but he absolutely rips one cross court for the winner.
I don't know. Is your stream behind mine?
Could be. I mean, it's pretty close, I think.
Novak's bouncing all right now. going for second.
I switched to one that is like relatively in sync. Just watch Djokovic hit another forehand winner.
Yeah, we're basically at the same point, I think.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's the reason why Novak is not trying to put pressure on him. I think it's just really tough to put pressure on him. But he probably needs to adjust a few things in terms of like his approach to the match, especially thinking that he was gonna be drop shotting at the same efficiency as against Zverev. But I think it's just very tough to put pressure on Sinner. I mean, you watch this game, Nurlan, and Djokovic is leading 40-15, but especially that low 15 points, he needs to hit like a 0% forehand. Well, zero, of course, is a stretch, but just a very low margin forehand to take it because Jannik's defense is so good. And also the last two games, the serve really came alive for Novak, which is so vital here, and he gets 2-4-5.
Hey, he holds. Sinner leading 5-4 and will serve for it. Yeah, and John absolutely called that one. Novak holding it. We'll ignore those comments about 6-3 earlier on.
Okay. I didn't see that. I mean, one game predictions, I just ignore. Yeah, a lot of spam, but don't worry. We appreciate it. Well, time is now. Even though Novak was love 13 that previous game, didn't really feel like he was that close eventually. So does Luigi get the set, or will the princess be in another castle? Nice. Can sometimes say that Jannik isn't too inventive, but that half volley was quite creative and obviously spot on.
So if Novak puts another one into the net. Sinner's got 3 set points now. He takes the first set.
Yeah, Novak wasn't really able to make any impact in this game, so this one smoothly goes to Jannik. There was that pretty deep return on the second point. That maybe if that goes differently, who knows? But just a clean kill for Sinner, who is well in a very good position to, I think, dominate this match. But let's see. Maybe Novak has something left in store. He's like a tennis Rain Man, to kind of reference Dustin Hoffman sitting in the stadium, and maybe he can come up with a new strategy, with a new plan.
Here's an interesting stat. Sinner. Joao already pointed this out in chat, but Sinner's hit 43% of his first serves. Novak has hit 72% of his first serves. I think if you tell me that before the first set, I would think that Novak wins the first set, but it's just not what happened here.
Yeah, very often a misleading stat, I'd say. All depends also where you're going, how precise you're going, how powerful you're going, how you're converting the positions that your first serve gives you. But yeah, Novak, especially in the second part of the set, having that higher percentage like was what kept him in. The last two games, especially. I mean, I don't think there holds if that's not the case. So, well, he kind of needs that to continue being the case. Not too long a break. Djokovic already walking out to serve.
Yeah, Damien, this is a good question for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll check it out. Which one? The first one maybe, but the latter two, they were just big battles. I actually don't remember too much from our Porto first set. I think it was pretty clean, and then the second just got so weird. But the one we've had recently, that was just so nip and tuck that I wouldn't compare it. Do we think this level beats Carlos? I don't think it's about the level. That probably is in, I would assume, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably the flattest backhand down the line winner that Novak has hit so far.
I mean, like the level's been fine, but I mean, I think we've seen better from him, and yeah, Carlos is just going to present a very different type of challenge if the two of them end up playing. Like it won't be the same. The first set of that match, it's not going to get played like the first set of this one. Carlos is going to try to do so many different things that what Novak is doing. That's tough to compare it strictly off of level.
Yeah, I think it's clear that Sinner is like the best player on the planet right now. Alcaraz has like just intangibles against him, really, but these intangibles have been enough. And yeah, it's like all about how much he can mess up Jannik, really. Level, I mean, it's Sinner, you know, his base, his floor is so high right now that it's tough to say this is anything different than what he's been showing the entire fortnight. Like, we know exactly what we're gonna get from Jannik whenever we tune into a match from him at the moment. It's not quite the same with Alcaraz, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I've seen Jannik feel any pressure for the last 15 months or so, to be honest. Do you remember Sinner getting nervous at some point? He's been killing people in tie breaks. He's been, well, basically killing everybody but Alcaraz. So I don't know if he ever feels pressure, to be honest.
I mean, if you want pressure from him, you probably have to go back to the U.S. Open in 23 or before that, because starting with that Asian swing, he's just been by far the best player on the planet.
Yeah, since puking, he's also calmed down mentally. And now it's yeah, I just don't really remember him getting nervous in recent times. No, not so much.
A beautiful picture of Jannik and a trash can in, was that Beijing, I think?
Yes, that's the Dimitrov match in Beijing, and from there he's been a monster. I've puked a few times in my life, and it does have that sort of like effect on you, where it's a bit of a catharsis, I suppose, for a moment. But to have it lasting this long, it hasn't happened to me yet. Well, let's see, 15:30.
Another drop shot goes wrong.
Yeah, is it like 2 out of 10 now? I think Joao was counting. Maybe he's still keeping score.
2 out of 9, 2 out of 10, something like that.
Yeah, 2 out of 9, 2 out of 10.
Your way.
Along the lines of that.
Shows a bit of emotion after that one.
Maybe not necessarily of the moon balls, but the way he hit this like one pretty high backhand at Yannick's backhand corner this rally, I really liked that. It seemed like, the contact points for Sinner were a little messed up. He couldn't accelerate the way he wanted to. Maybe there's something there, but if he's going to be throwing in all these drop shots in between, then I don't know. Really deep shots there from Djokovic, and it's keeping him in a pretty good position in this rally. Yeah. It's like a slow burn from Sinner.
That's crazy enough when he's hitting all those shots so deep towards the baseline, and it feels like he's never getting further than neutral in that point. Like Sinner's just staying right on top of him.
Yeah, it's kind of like Jannik had this point won 10 shots earlier than he did, but just needed to like kind of work his way through it. But there was never like a moment where Djokovic can come back into the rally or something like that. Not really. Despite some really good anticipation, there was this one moment as well when Sinner is hitting the inside out and Djokovic is already in the corner. But again, it just doesn't mean much. Oh, okay. One of the best returns we've seen so far from Novak.
That gets it back to deuce. Mm. Novak tries another moon ball on that one. Doesn't work out in this point.
10 backhand unforced errors for Novak, 0 for Sinner. Drop shot! And this time he should probably win the point. Or not. Actually, yeah, sure.
Okay. He does win that. Wow. That was an incredible point. Well, the drop shot works that time. See, 3 of
Do
11.
we count this as 2 drop shots in the game? No, not really. I mean, the volley doesn't count as a drop shot. In the point, I mean. No, yeah.
Yeah, 3 of 10. Yeah. That one works out, though. Gets him back to deuce. That one flies wide.
8 minutes. Holy hell. I didn't realize that this game was so long already. Yeah, obviously, Joao right to point out that the first serve percentage for now is not improving for Jannik, which is part of why this game is still going. Will it still be going after this point? Answer is it will not. The second serve was good enough again, setting himself up for a nice +1 forehand. So 1 game all. I don't know. I mean, this is still looking quite difficult. The uphill battle is real, but then again, this was also what we were saying when he was playing Zverev, and it seemed like he's just absolutely out of the match after the opener. Zverev Sinner, though, kind of different leagues.
Yeah, I think it's a different type of challenge today. Cerner and Zverev, there's a level difference in between those two right now. So a little bit of a different conversation today, though. But
Yeah, let's just say I'm going to be very impressed if Novak wins this match. Jannik, I'm just going to be like, yeah, it's Sinner. I mean,
that's good from Novak.
Yeah, Jannik barely making that shot in the forehand corner, but Novak is good on the cleanup. Back and down the line doing some damage there.
Yeah, that's a good serve. Second in a point in a row now that like he's got him to step inside of the baseline to finish off the point. It's only 2 points, but that's a little bit of a headway that he needs to make.
Speaking of variety, the forehand slice basically wins Novak the point there. Jo Wilfried Songa on the screen. Probably not one of these best returners that the producer was talking about earlier, but nonetheless a very exciting player. Probably my favorite musketeer. Of course, the 21st century musketeers. Sorry guys, but I was not watching too much of Borotra or Cochet or Lacoste for that matter. But yeah, quick game for Novak. Promising start to the second set for sure.
Interesting question from Nurlan.
I don't think that's a strategy, Nurlan. I mean, he's just too old for this, against this opponent. Sinner is really not someone who's going to miss a lot. There was that rally, for example, the previous game, right? It was like, what was it, 30 all or something like that, when basically the point was over in 23 shots, but it felt over after like 8 of them. And Jannik just slowly builds it up, and, he's almost never going to miss. Like, the guy just doesn't miss. I don't know if you can really like grind him down like that at the moment.
That's like obviously recent history. Like Sinner isn't missing, but just in this match, like Novak is missing a lot more often than Sinner and a lot earlier on in points. So like even if
Has
you
to take risks.
even if you do ask him to start like taking initiative, Novak still has to get the balls into play. And that hasn't been happening often enough.
Well, yeah, but if you would play a bit more defensively, he wouldn't be making a lot of these errors. I just don't know if it's possible to really grind Jannik down like that. Probably have to mix it up like he did with the forehand slice, for example, which clearly caught out Jannik a little bit. Gets a shank after another insane return.
Also not sure that like letting Sinner take initiative on the majority of points is the correct tactical decision at all. Because he can absolutely just like crush the ball and finish points very quickly then.
Yeah, I don't think it's a strategy at all in this match, no. It hasn't been really for Novak against him in a while.
Like that return was out there just a little bit long, but it's got to be a lot of returns like that where he's smashing it, getting it on top of the baseline, and forcing Sinner to take a step back and do something with it.
I love the producer going Nurlan mode there and trying to ask Nurlan a question that is very much like our friend Mr. Ramazanov, but so far no response. I mean, yeah. 1 in a million shot, but pretty close. Definitely the turning point in the rivalry. Yeah, Sinner coming into the ATP finals, obviously beating Novak there, and then not following it up in the final. But then he has the 3 match points saved against him, and from there it's just he's a different player. But maybe this is gonna be interesting. Could even argue these 3 indoor matches were not only the turning point of the rivalry, but of Jannik Sinner's career.
Really good serve out wide. And another hold. 2-all now.
How many sets was it that Novak hadn't generated a breakpoint against Sinner? 6? I guess it's 7 now.
Earlier on in the match, at some point they had put up a graphic that it had been 33 games since Sinner had a breakpoint, or faced a breakpoint against Novak. I
Since Sinner?
remember how many games ago that was, though.
You mean Djokovic?
Yeah, since Sinner faced a breakpoint.
Since Sinner faced the breakpoint. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, because he definitely broke in the Shanghai final, Jannik. But yeah, faced the breakpoint. That makes sense. And before Shanghai, when did they meet? Australia? Yeah, Australia. Okay, yeah. So I guess Australia, yeah, he just didn't have a break point, and then Shanghai as well. Returns deep enough that Novak will not be able to connect on that forehand down the line. Last set, obviously, it was exactly sort of like this pattern in terms of how they were winning games. 2 games all, and then Novak gets broken. So let's see if this is also the case here. 15-30.
Australia was a tiebreak in the third set.
Yeah, he won a set, but it was a tiebreak, yeah.
Yeah, 30-all now.
Yeah, I didn't remember he didn't have to face a breakpoint in Australia, to be honest, but apparently. 30-all, crucial point coming up. The previous one, Novak kind of survived mostly with a bit of a bad bounce on Sinner's side, but well, it keeps him in. Second serve. Djokovic goes forehand line, seemed like the perfect moment. I think the bounce he got on the Sinner slice wasn't too pleasant, but either way, he dumps it into the net. Kinda did everything right, but the last shot. Again, losing his balance a bit there. The replay is pretty funny because you can see that while even before his racket makes contact, he's already wincing. He's already like, oh, he knows he's missed the shot, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, breakpoint for Jannik. Obviously preparing to return in his new Nishikori-esque way. Less so on the second set, though.
And Novak's fired up after that one.
Yeah, massive reaction from him, and well, rightfully so. He needed to play really deep and really precise to get Sinner to eventually, you know, force an error from him. I mean,
I paused for a moment before that last serve. I wonder if someone in the crowd was yelling something. I don't have audio up, but maybe we'll see. It's been known to fire him up in the past.
really going after his forehands right now, gets to game point, which obviously would break the pattern from the first set if he can hold here. Who would I favor if they face each other in semis of Wimbledon? Still Jannik Sinner. I mean, I don't think surface right now matters in any way for this matchup. Like, obviously there are differences between how they will play, how they will try to combat the other, but I don't think the surface necessarily means a lot here.
Yeah, and I mean, Sinner has already played well at Wimbledon. These two have met in a semi-final there before, so he knows how to play on grass. His level has just gotten so good, though. I think he's the favorite against anyone, anywhere they play.
Yep, I totally agree with that. As I say that, he hits an absolutely ridiculous backhand that I have no idea how it even made it into the court. I do think that Sinner sort of like isn't the favorite for Wimbledon, or at least, you know, comparable to Alcaraz. It's a complete myth to me. A lot of people were saying this ahead of this clay season as well, that he was not gonna be, you know, that good because it's clay or something like that. No, it's just complete BS. Hello, Jake.
Here now. I think he's been at the Birmingham Challengers.
Yeah. I don't know if today, but I think yesterday maybe. For sure. And well, Novak does get the game. Oh yeah, I looked at the scoreboard and I didn't realize that on my screen it's still a point behind. So, well, a bit of a spoiler there. First backhand unforced error for Jannik. Woohoo! 76 minutes in. To be fair, since they last showed the stat, Novak hasn't made any either. It's just that he made 10 earlier. But yeah, that's a very aggressive forehand game.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta be like that. Gotta try. Oh yeah, Jake says he was in Birmingham today. Watched 4 matches. Otto, indeed, in all his glory. Long may it continue. I was expecting a bit more from Mr. Alex Bolt, the ultimate grass specialist. And I guess also Adrian Manarino was somewhat disappointing today. But, his entire season has been somewhat disappointing. Yeah, if Alex Ala had won a few more matches, if she played Iga Świątek in the second round at Roland Garros, no, not Iga Świątek, who was it that she was supposed to play? Qin Zheng. In the second round of Roland Garros, especially, of course, instead that was Emiliana Arango. No offense to the Colombian, the finalist in Merida this year, but she does not bring the same numbers.
Oh, it is true. Lots of Viola fans around here.
Joao, when they play mixed doubles at Wimbledon, Alex Ala, Joao Fonseca. Can you imagine that? I mean, one day we're just sitting at 16K, and the next one we're just bigger than like Cam Williams or whatever his name is. Is Poland in morning Riga? I don't know. Tough to say for me. Probably not. I think we were more or less expecting that. The only like non-tennis person that I talked to about Świątek was on Thursday at my table tennis practice, and he didn't watch the match. He just saw the score. So he was like, what happened in that third set? I gave him a long lecture of how the match was actually amazing, and she was great, but then obviously crashed out in like 20 minutes, and all the tough issues from the season kind of came back. But yeah, I don't know if people are like that invested at the moment. I think sort of people were expecting this by this point. It's definitely very much in the common perception now that Iga Świątek is like not as good anymore and that she's losing more. I've heard people who are not interested in tennis like make jokes about that, just use it as a bit of a meme, sort of that like you're losing like Iga Świątek or something like that. It's tough for me to produce an example, but I've seen it sort of like go into public perception very much. But I don't think this match was that different in that respect. Anyway, love 30 here while I'm talking about Poland, not mourning all that much after Iga Świątek.
Novak's got a good chance here.
I think we've had a love 30 already. Was it like 4-3 first set? I think so.
Love 30 and then could not capitalize on that.
Then 4 points in a row. Yeah, let's see. Tries to flatten out this backhand, but it's in the net. Backhand? No, forehand. Back. Forehand. Yeah. Forehand, yeah. I got confused for a moment, and I was just like, no, he's right-handed. Must have been a forehand. Now that is a costly miss. I mean, that's just, yeah.
That's one he would love to have back.
Oh, yeah. 143 second serve. Tough to say, like, what he was even going for. If he was trying to play it heavy or just full power it like he did previously down the middle, because he just shanked it completely. But yeah, for the all now, this would be a painful one. And Jannik, okay, it's a let. Sure. I thought he found an ace, but it's a let.
Just through the stat on screen, Jannik's he has held 43 straight service games against Novak.
Okay, we definitely have different feeds then, because we're getting different data. I'm not saying that different data in the sense that they're showing me a different number of games. They're just not showing me that at all.
Yeah. We are watching the same match, I think.
I believe so. Yeah, there's this green shirt guy, red shirt guy, both pretty good. But one so far has been a lot better, and that one also seems to be getting out of the top 30. In fact, I think he's already done it, as this Djokovic return is going to be just wide. So, again, an opportunity missed. As long as he can keep holding and stay ahead, maybe he'll have more. Yeah, not surprised you were impressed with Colton. Haven't watched him live, obviously. There hasn't been an opportunity to, but I think he's like a better JJ Wolf in many ways. And yeah, I'm very excited to see what he can do. Honestly, I think he might be out of college already. I mean, the season just ended, and if he keeps playing like this, he can reach a ranking where maybe it's not going to be, important for him to go back to Arizona. We'll see. No breakpoint still, indeed. Somewhat shocking, I guess, if we consider that this is the best returner ever. But I don't even think this is about the quality of his return diminishing, as we've said a few times this year that it maybe has after the matches with like Opelka, Berrettini, even Hurkacz in Geneva. I think it's still way more about just Jannik being such a monster off the ground and obviously having a good serve, but it's not the most determining factor here, I think. Well, Djokovic cleans the line again with another forehand winner.
Yeah, I agree with your take on that. It does feel like it has a lot more to do with how well Jannik is playing.
15-30 last game. That was definitely about the quality of Djokovic's return, but it also wasn't because the serve was good. It was just a mishap that shouldn't have happened to him at that moment. Anyway, let's see how he handles that from here. Yeah, we have made 16K subscribers a couple of days ago, I think. So once more, thank you. And if somebody watching is not subscribed, you know what to do. You know where to find the button. Unless you don't, then tell us in the chat and I'll direct you to the button.
Yeah, if you don't know how to subscribe, I'm sure there's a video on YouTube that'll show you how to do it.
Probably, yeah. I think if you can find that video, you probably also will be able to find the subscribe button. But who knows? You never know. I would also say hit the alarm bell or something like that. Is it called? Yeah, I think the way that YouTube works in the last few years has changed a little. It's probably not as important anymore. But obviously, you get notifications then when we're live, and that's for the Talking Tennis experience. That's actually quite vital, I suppose. Anyway, 15:30. Jannik again being very quick out of the corners, but actually he hits a forehand here.
Right, 30 all here.
They will subscribe to the other channel. What's the other channel?
Well, like when they go to search for the video.
Oh, the one where they they find the video of how to subscribe. Okay, maybe. Sir Colton, nice. I don't remember what the semi lineup is there, Jake. So is it? I think a Colton Otto final is possible, right? That would be amazing. Sinner going for the drop shot here, and while it's far from perfect, yeah, it's more about where Novak was at that point. So obviously it's a good idea, and he will get a break point. He can get a break point against Novak. Why can't Novak get one?
So Colton, Hijikata, and Pertinen and Holt. That should be fun out there.
Yeah, Otto Colton for the win in the and meet in the final, hopefully. I I mean, that was a pretty good drop shot from Novak, but Jannik survives. Not too much depth on the lob. Sinner still had to like jump to it, barely played it back, but Novak misses the next one, so it's a set and a break now. Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you were to give me like odds on whether Novak takes a set, I would say no. I probably would have said no an hour ago as well. Before the match, though, yeah, I was thinking he might. Like, it's not competitive, this match. It's just, it's clear that there is a player who has a significant edge so far, and then that player is also just hasn't like skipped a beat, right? There's no dip whatsoever in Jannik's game so far.
No, he's been very, very good. Sinner's been very good so far. So, I mean, Novak has been playing well. He's just hasn't gotten some answers for some of the questions that Sinner is asking him. Drop shot, that was a pretty good drop shot, actually, that he just played a moment ago. But overall, drop shot hasn't been good. Yeah, he's had a couple of chances where he was at love 30 during Jannik Sinner service games and just wasn't able to make any headway from that point. So who knows? It does feel like this set might be slipping away.
Yeah, I mean, if you haven't broken, if you haven't even created a breakpoint against an opponent for the last 7.5 sets you've played against one another, obviously going down the break is not ideal. It's still clay. There's still chances, but the door is slowly closing. So far, the match is just kind of like winning the match demands a level of aggression from Novak that he doesn't quite have against Sinner. Like, wouldn't be able to, still make his shots if he was trying to play like that. So it's a difficult spot for sure. This set, we've seen him go a little bit more for like monster forehand strategy rather than random drop shot strategy as in the opener, but both so far not producing the results. I mean, the first volley was somewhat lucky, but it was so deep, and the second one is just class. Tough one. This kind of feels like what Nurlan was hoping for as well some time ago, that like this could be an example of a point where Novak is shrinking the court defensively well enough for Sinner to mess up. But I mean, it's pretty rare for Jannik to hit 2 volleys like that, but he does.
That's a good question. I don't know. I feel like obviously it depends on how long he actually plays, but maybe around 20%. Yeah, it's gonna have to be like. I think it'd either have to be the Australian Open or Wimbledon. And yeah,
I think that's my take. That's where it's the most likely, but also avoiding Alcaraz and Sinner is basically the one of the main things too.
Yeah, it might need to be a situation where, like, who knows, maybe Draper or Zverev gets up to number 2 in the world, and then you have Sinner and Alcaraz on the same side of the draw.
Or one of them just loses.
Yeah, one of them loses.
Last year Novak made the Wimbledon final playing on one leg. Like he was not moving all right to his forehand corner most of the tournament. Everybody was just unable to take advantage of that. The indoor match against Rune, especially, I think was the one where like yeah, I mean, Holger's own forehand is just not really able to penetrate the court at all. Novak is serving well, hitting the first forehand big, and like that's it really. And only when he comes in again, only when he comes up against Carlos, like is that becoming any sort of an issue. So if he can do that to like almost everybody, but Alcaraz, there's always a chance. But yeah, if I was going to say yes or no, obviously for a while now I've leaned no. Yeah, again, that's just Djokovic getting stretched wide, each corner, Sinner just dealing the blows. 5-3. I think, Sean, your question was pretty much answered by the producer. Yeah, he has these 1%, let's say, decrements in speed, reflexes, return, movement, everything, and he's trying to combat that by being more aggressive. Oh, 100%, Joao. I think that also comes up that yeah, these players are still afraid of Novak in a way that maybe they are not even afraid of, or at least they will only now start being afraid of Sinner and Alcaraz like that. Novak is still, when you face him, you kind of feel, well, the legendary aspect of it. You want to show up for so many players. Novak is the idol, right? Is the one that they almost picked up a racket because of. That's not the case yet with Carlos and Jannik. That's only going to be a factor in 5-10 years.
All right. 15-all here now.
What, Jake? There was a woman who was bigger build? I mean, compared to you being so tall? That's kind of wild.
That was a nice forehand from Novak. So I wasn't really able to read that one.
Yeah, we didn't get the mirror image in the sense that the break happened 2 games later than in the first set, but we still might get a similar 6-4 scoreline here.
Mm-hmm.
Novak looking pretty close to a hold. I would say just missed that forehand though. Yeah. Was ready to just go to the bench after that, but he's gonna have to keep playing for this. This Mats Wilander guy, he also won this event a few times. Even younger than Jannik, but pretty decent chance that Jannik eventually will have more slams than him. That's it. 6-4, 5-4. Jannik will serve for the set. I think when he was serving for the opener, he didn't drop a point. Novak also stretching his legs for the second time now over the past minute. Hopefully nothing too bothersome.
I noticed early on in the second set there were a couple of points where he kind of was like not quite limping, but seemed like he was favoring his right leg a little bit. Not sure if he's feeling anything in that, but hopefully not serious.
Jake, did you order beer again? That's wild.
Yeah, in set one, Sinner held to love when he was serving for it. So
Yeah, it is. I think we
yeah,
discovered it on the Zverev Djokovic live stream. The producer, I think, wasn't around, but yeah. Serving for the second set. This time it's not going to be hold to love. Reaping the forehand again. First serve percentage from Jannik still doesn't seem too high, but well, he's dominating the round.
was before the second set began.
Ooh. No roar this time from Djokovic, but in another scenario, definitely could have been a point after which he shows some joy. Finds a very narrow angle and almost kills a photographer. 9 forehand winners to 4 from Sinner this set. As I said, this has been a set of ripping the forehand, and well, now we'll see if this ends up being a strategy that keeps him in or not. Ladies and gentlemen, we've arrived. 7 and 87.8 or something like that sets against Jannik Sinner without a breakpoint. And now he's got one, and even 2 of them. How would Jannik like to get some of these rare first serves now? And he does not. Well, if this match is going to get any interesting, here's the moment. What a point. Yeah. Was that a bit of hesitation for Novak on some of these forehands?
Not sure. A little hard to tell. That was a great point, though.
Yeah, there wasn't like one that was super obvious that he has to like smash it or something like that, but definitely a few that he played like semi-passively. And Sinner, Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
The backhand he took up the line, insane. So just one more break point. And I think without a first serve again. Well.
He's done it.
Pretty deep return into the backhand corner of Sinner. Jannik wanted to run around, didn't give himself that much time, misses it into the net. 5 games all. I think I'm not gonna be I'm gonna be a bit of a captain obvious here, but to win this match, I think we have to assume Novak has to win the set.
I agree with that.
Even if he gets Sinner like tired for whatever reason, he's not gonna beat him from 2 sets to love down.
It's a great forehand.
Has he landed that? I think so, yeah.
Yep.
It's a set of Djokovic trying to reap his forehand, and he's currently doing just that. Definitely better than the drop shot strategy of the opener.
At 40-15. Solid point from Sinner there. Novak just got too far off of the court to get anywhere close to that ball.
Yeah, at that point he had no other option but just to slam it, but Sinner was ready.
And drop shot goes wide.
Ay, why are you coming back to this? Well, I suppose the previous forehand was pretty deep. Sinner was a little outside the court. Sure, maybe.
Yeah, it's not like necessarily the wrong decision there, but it didn't have to be quite that good. It's just trying for a little too much. Now Sinner has a break point.
Yeah, from 40-15. Again, Novak in trouble. Seems like he did everything right in this point again, but the closing shot with the forehand that was mishit, and this might be a very momentary moment of joy for the Djokovic fam. Some great shots from both of them in this rally already. He will win it, Djokovic. I mean, backing down the line from Sinner seemed like it might be enough, but the counter was so good, so deep. And he survives for now. Here's that Mr. Bolt dude who won this tournament in 1999. My bare fear. I was not watching the match. Not that I know of, at least.
Backhand from Novak goes long. Sinner with another breakpoint chance now.
Yeah, Jannik jumps onto that second serve return like a whatever animal you want to insert into this comparison. Well, not whatever. Snail wouldn't work. Panda wouldn't work.
This male.
But the fast ones would. A cheetah, leopard, or whatever. But yeah, breakpoints for Sinner as I'm talking some absolute crap. That's in, and that's probably game gone. Or the drive volley. Nah, it's good. Gets a chance to go again, the Italian plumber.
Breaks back immediately and we get another chance to serve for the second set now.
Game over, says Sport and Politics. Let's give it, one more game. Let's see if Jannik holds this time. But yeah, from 2 sets to love down, it would be really difficult. Sneh is in the chat as well. He was waiting for that first great moment for Novak, but indeed a lot of pulverizing forehands from him in the second set. Joao probably isn't too wrong about that. Definitely played its part in Sinner losing that previous game, that even on breakpoints he couldn't find his first delivery.
Good point from Yogi as well. Yeah, being up in that service game 40-15 and then not being able to close it out. It's a really difficult thing.
Yeah, he needs some of that Rainman energy, tennis Rainman energy, Djokovic again. This match is a bit like Kramer versus Kramer, but one of the Kramers is a lot younger. And that's an issue, but he's been doing decently to hang indeed.
Did I see John eating cake? I did not. When did that happen?
John was eating cake? I don't know. Was this because like Świątek lost or won or something like that? I don't know. Just thinking what happened yesterday. Highlight of that stream was the cake. Okay, so maybe he ate something on actually on stream.
Really good defense from Novak on that point.
Yeah. Just like that one corner, he was standing there and Sinner was putting all his power into just like blasting through him there. But to no avail.
Yeah, Yogi, I don't think the physio has been out yet. But Novak has been stretching his legs at various points over the past.
Yeah, there was like one changeover, like end of game where he was stretching, but okay, so the announcer said he's called for him. Maybe after the set. Unless we also missed it because of the commercial break. I don't know. Women's final tomorrow is women's final. Oh, the women's final. Oh, sorry, I read women's doubles final for whatever reason. No, I'm not covering the women's final. No. I don't know why I read doubles. I think it's the men's doubles final tomorrow. Granollers Ceballos maybe finally going to win a slam. I'd absolutely love that, but there's a couple of Brits standing in their way. One of them is actually a fan of the Talking Tennis YouTube channel. Sort of. I don't know if we can call it a fan, but well, he popped in the chat. So it's a tough battle for the Talking Tennis community. Wow. All I can say is wow. After that serve. He might be missing his first deliveries, but when the second is this good.
Set point now. Let's see what he can do with it.
Gonna miss a backhand pretty early into the points.
It's a deuce. There's an ace.
Oh wow, yeah. Back-to-back aces on the deuce side. Pretty crucial here when clearly getting this set done is becoming more and more tough by the minute.
Yogi is saying that the physio was out during the last changeover. So you missed
Oh,
that
okay.
break.
Looks like we missed that then, yeah, during some commercials.
There's the set. Novak not able to get the return back in play.
Jannik Sinner moves into the Roland Garros final, 6-4-7-5 over Novak Djokovic. Oh no, wait, it's best of 5. Ha 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 ha. I'm gonna shed some light on this match now.
Yeah, who knows? Probably not going to be 3 more hours here, but you never know. Best of 5 tennis. So Sinner's been playing pretty well though, in spite of his first serve not really getting into play very often today.
Oh, he's definitely playing much better than in their Australian Open semifinal. Yep.
I mean, he was also like physically hampered during that AO meeting as well. So,
do we know that?
he did take some time off after that.
He was definitely ill earlier in the event, but I don't know if we actually have confirmation like what exactly was the reason. But yeah, could have been. I'll just go to the, well, yeah, sure, I'll say to the toilet real quick. I'll be back in like a minute.
All right. While DK is going for the toilet to do whatever he's going to do there, Novak is getting some work done by the trainer on his left leg. That's on the women's final. I think it's going to be a very, very fun match. Sabalenka and Goff. This is a rematch of the Madrid final. From, what was that? 4 weeks ago now? 5 weeks ago? Something like that. I think Sabalenka is going to win it, is the short answer. She's just been playing so well, and after the level that she showed against Iga yesterday, yeah, it's hard to see her not winning final. Yeah, producer.
41-minute prediction?
Yeah, 41-minute prediction. I gave my prediction in like 30 seconds, so I don't know what they were talking about. Yeah, I think Sabalenka is going to win it. Novak he has the trainer out right now, getting some work done on his leg, so probably got a few minutes here before play resumes.
I mean, I would probably say that Sabalenka has been, playing better this year, obviously playing better this tournament. But, we've already seen Goff grind her down in a Grand Slam final. Very classic, like power versus defense matchup. Not feeling too confident. I feel like she she's better at the moment, but that doesn't always mean she's going to win. Coco had a set point in that Madrid final that they played. Obviously, Madrid condition is also much more suitable to her than to Goff. Barbora Krejcikova is pretty funny.
She is funny.
And driving on the left is a very stupid idea. I very much second that. Japan, Great Britain, Canada. What the hell are you doing? New Zealand?
Yeah,
no, actually, Canada. They drive on the right, right? Where do they drive on the left?
They're on the right.
Cambodia, maybe.
I don't know. Let's ask Google. Great one. don't know. How many times do I go to the
Indonesia,
bathroom
okay.
every day? It's a great question.
It's a great question. Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
can't even keep count, evidently. But no, I don't know.
Yeah, Nurlan, how much do 4,
I
6?
don't know.
Really? No, it's definitely more. I feel
Yeah.
like you definitely just don't keep count, or maybe you just don't keep get enough water in. Maybe
Yeah,
just
it
don't
doesn't drink
hydrate
enough
yourself.
water.
4, 6 seems like really,
I don't
really
know,
low.
like 6 to 8 maybe, but
Sounds more realistic to me. But I'm also not keeping track. Obviously, it depends indeed of how much liquid, how much liquid you're gonna have to intake.
Jake, sounds like you need to drink a little bit more water.
Maybe the toiletry at Birmingham was not that great.
Yeah, maybe those are bathrooms you don't want to go to. Who knows?
Possibly, yeah. Also, when it's hot, obviously you're not gonna go to the bathroom a lot, that often. You're gonna sweat it out as well. So
Mhm.
there are a lot of factors, Nuran. But if you feel like something is wrong about your habits in the bathroom, I think you should contact your physician
Yes.
rather than me or Carson. Happy to share our experiences with you, obviously. Well, that's a sensational point to start the third set. We were talking about the previous ones, how Novak kind of needs to get off to a strong start, and then we'll see this is even like amplified in the decider. Well, in the decider, I said, yes, this is not a best of 3 match. This is not the decider in the third set.
Ooh. 30-15.
That backhand on the run from Sinner was wicked, but he actually didn't win the point.
Oh, you're losing viewers during that chat, evidently. As we probably should have, honestly. It's talking tennis, not talking toilet. So back to some tennis here.
Yeah, the toilet segment can end now, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, giving Nerlon the password to log in, probably not the greatest idea.
We'd have a watch along for every single match of Zeynep Sommes.
A good hold from Novak. Well, maybe that's what happened with the Twitter. Maybe Nerlon got the login for that.
That's a good suggestion, yeah. Although Nurlan's personal account, I think, is still up, so. But on his personal account, he only really posts memes with cats, so.
That's funny. couple of very nice points from Sinner.
First serve going in,
Mhm.
and you see how much easier it is.
Oh, just pushes the backhand too far outside the lines. Looked like he reacted a little bit slowly to that ball coming back to him. A 40-15. First serve goes a little bit long. See a second serve here. Goes in forehand rally for a couple of shots, but Novak pushes one long. Sinner holds for 1-1 now. Looked like Novak was grimacing a little bit as he was walking up to the line there. Hopefully nothing too serious. Did get some work done by the physio just a few moments ago in between sets. Novak's first serve goes long. Second serve goes in. Sinner pushes the return a little bit too long down the baseline, so 15 love here. And 30 love now. A good first serve from Novak. Sinner puts the return into the net. I just feel like we're going to have a maybe relatively peaceful beginning to the third set here.
Yeah, that first game maybe for a second looked a bit scary, but now that Novak is cruising to another hold, it's kind of what he wants, I guess. That peaceful start.
Oh, that's a really nice return from Sinner.
Wow.
Was barely getting up over the net. Drops in really short.
Nurlan with a big prediction there.
Hmm.
Straight sets. Usually he says that Alcaraz is complete trash and he cannot compete with Sinner, he cannot compete with anybody else. I remember so many comments like that from Nurlan around maybe like this time last year or something like that. Australia as well, when he was losing. Now suddenly Nurlan thinks that Alcaraz is gonna straight set Sinner in a Roland Garros final.
A good hold from Novak there. Yeah, maybe a bit early to do a preview of the men's final, but If it is Sinner, I think he's going to win at least one set.
Yeah, I'd imagine they both win at least one. We will, of course, by the way, if you guys are interested, after this match is over, we will basically, well, talk about it for a few minutes, but then also preview the final. Not super long, not 41 minutes long like Steve Flink, but it will be about 15, 10. I don't know. We'll see. That's the plan after this is over, which, might be within the next half an hour, might be within the next 3. We don't know that yet.
€30. That's relatively cheap. Did you buy them though?
Sounds good. Sounds like a deal to me. I can't promise, but if I am able to, I might join also. Again, no promise. Are you talking about the preview at the end, or I guess? Yeah, great, Nurlan. We'll be waiting, but I'm not gonna have my hopes too high. But if you say you're gonna be there, I know that the quality of the work that we would do, the quality of the video would be amazing. So it would be amazing if you could come.
$15 all, and a second serve from Sinner coming in now. A rally for a moment, and Novak puts the ball into the net with his forehand. So 30-15 now. All right, first serve into the net. That's a good point. Backhand rally. Novak brings Sinner into the net. Able to push one past him. So 30 all now.
But I mean, it's like, oh, finally something. Finally a point that I can enjoy with my. That's something I could have played on the exhibition court.
Still need to put in a decent amount of work to win that point, but 30 all, and then Novak's going to get to see a second serve here. See if he can create a break chance early on. That's an ace from Sinner. Way out wide.
Serve on the deuce side out wide has been pretty good for him the last few games for sure.
He's gotten a couple of those second serve aces to that side now.
Yep.
Is that in? Oh, I thought that was maybe out.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but no, there's no point even looking at it, I guess. Djokovic has come back to win the point.
Sorry, deuce now. That's a good drop shot from Novak.
Yeah, this one obviously made slightly easier by the fact that he was very close to the net. And, well, he got that breakpoint thing out of the way in the previous set. So now he actually secures more against Sinner.
Let's get another break chance here. We just look like that ball kicked right off of the line. Novak frames it right into the ground. Novak can't get the return back.
Yeah, that would have been one of the the furthest you can possibly get and still hit a forehand. So a breakpoint was there. It was solved by Jannik pretty quickly, but nonetheless, it's a promising start for Novak. First set.
Good serve from Novak there. Was that a let? I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Novak puts another one into the net. But something's definitely going on with his legs. It seems like he's just not quite getting down enough for those balls. He's hitting a lot of them straight into the net at this point. Return is long from Sinner. So 15 all here. Ooh. It looked like Jannik framed that return a little bit. Well, wildly off. So. Hmm. 30 all after Novak sends the forehand a little bit long. Did well on that point, getting the balls back to the baseline, allowing Jannik to step in, which is a little bit wild.
Yeah, was clearly trying to inject a lot of pace, depth. Misses that 30 all now, a pretty crucial moment. Again, goes for that out wide serve. This time Jannik is able to get it back in play. And again, it's a very similar forehand error. So breakpoint for Sinner to potentially go up 2 sets and a break.
That feels like a pretty big moment in this match now.
Oh, yeah.
Novak really needs a hold here. And good body serve. Jannik not able to get it back. So we're at deuce. First serve goes a little bit wide. Sinner will get a break opportunity again here.
Yeah, winning the exchange of width in that forehand battle.
Jake, the Mercedes Alcaraz match was pretty good for a while. First set and a half especially. But yeah. I went to a tiebreak, which Carlos won the tiebreak quite handily, and then yeah, from that point on, Mercedes was struggling. So I ended up retiring in the fourth. But ooh.
Is that the mic or?
Yep.
Okay. I've had that happen before on the stream, yeah. Well, Novak on top of the point. Sinner defending like a madman. Pretty difficult smash. So Sinner is still in the point. And he's going to win it, Djokovic. So, well, good for him on sticking around on that overhead here. Wasn't the easiest.
Hopefully no one had earphones in when I did that, because I'm sure that was pretty loud, but
yeah, it was okay, to be honest. Wasn't as bad as you might think. Good
Djokovic,
idea there.
good point.
To wrong foot Jannik. Yeah, didn't handle that. So Djokovic might just escape in the end.
A good and one from Novak. Got the center out
Yep.
wide and stepped into and put that forehand away quite easily. 3-2. It's a good hold from him after saving some break points. Pretty important at this stage of the match.
Definitely. First set, the break came at 2-all. The second set, break came at 3-all. We'll see. So far, the first of these kind of like pressure points, Djokovic survives.
Everyone thinks Novak still beats Sinner on grass.
I
Hey,
think that I
really
think that's a myth.
and all of a sudden. This is new.
Yeah, I think some people are still like just uncertain about Sinner on grass, which I don't understand. I mean, the surface clearly suits him. He's had Wimbledon rounds already. Lost to Medvedev last year when he was injured, but it took probably the best match of Daniel's season to do it. He was probably the tournament favorite going into the event. Fended off a spectacular performance from Berrettini in the second round. Former finalist. It's not gonna be easy to stop Jannik at Wimbledon. And we've already had Djokovic trying to beat him in like Shanghai, for example, and come up short where the conditions, well, obviously hard court grass, but you can say that speed at least of the court is pretty similar, and you can imagine the match playing out somewhat similarly at least.
All right. 40 love. Pretty straightforward from Jannik in this game so far. Novak hasn't really given him anything to think about yet. Just over 2.5 hours in now. And forehand winner from Sinner. 3-all. It's a nice simple hold.
Yeah, very good way of just like putting the pressure back on Novak. Just not really giving him any time to, breathe and have that game where you don't need to do much, or like, you're not forced to win. Now he's back in the I have to win territory.
I mean, biggest thing that has changed for him in this third set is that he's actually hitting his first serves at a decent clip now.
Definitely, yeah. Since the end of set 2, it's kind of improved, yeah.
Which he wasn't going to serve below 50% forever. That was going to come up eventually. Two are lobbing each other right now. Jannik's second lob goes just a little bit long. It's an interesting question, Joel. I mean, I think maybe not that it was like a dip in intensity, but the beginning of the first set, especially, like he just felt like he didn't have any answers. The center was just in control of that. So obviously, still some tennis to be played here, but yeah, like you said, like neither of these players can really afford a massive dip. Novak challenging a call. So 40 love now. Hawkeye confirms it was a little far out. All right, Sinner holds to love. Not Sinner. Djokovic holds to love.
He is a sinner, you know. All of us are.
All of us are. In our own ways.
Even Sinner, who went to see the Pope.
So 4-3 now. It's getting down to crunch time a little bit.
I've been a little bit more quiet. I was trying to do some quick research, but turns out what I was researching is just way too frequent to be a stat. I was just thinking how rare it is for Alcaraz and Sinner, you know, to win 6 consecutive slams. And it's actually, well, recently, especially in the Big Three era, it was pretty common. Not even Big Three, because Djokovic and Alcaraz had 6 slams between each other. 2022 Wimbledon to 2023 US Open. So yeah, it's definitely way too frequent to be like a very interesting stat. But well, I spent a lot of time on it, so it happens.
No, I mean, in the last 20 years, it's probably more of a stat of when didn't it happen. All right. Sinner serving now.
Yeah, Lily Tagger, definitely fun. Looks like the one-hander will be fine in the future in the women's game, maybe. Yeah, exactly. I think what Yogi said to you, Joao, about your question. Djokovic or Sinner, I mean, they just aren't really gonna like massively deep with their level, but because today they know that literally they cannot.
Really nice forehand from Sinner. He's just hitting so many more first serves in this set that Novak is having even less of a chance, it feels like, to get into these service games.
Yeah, tough to put some pressure on.
Right. Novak pushes forehand long, so 30 love now. Super Dave. Welcome to the middle to late the third set. No, and I don't. Well, they would never offer me the position of Pope because I'm not Catholic. So, I don't know.
It's a hypothetical question. I mean,
But I don't know. I'm not sure I would have to do that job. Seems like there are more fun things to do.
fair. I do think there are a lot of things that are a lot more fun to do. Like you're kind of cared for by the entire Vatican, and I'm sure money wise it's good, but I don't know if I would take it either. Yeah. There's at least some ground. Well, actually, there's groundwork laid for both of us. I mean, we already had a Polish pope, and we now have an American pope. So it's less hypothetical than we might think. Anyway, Sinner dealing the blows here. Djokovic defending pretty well, though. I think Jannik just found that, right? Yeah. Novak is a little like defeated after this one. I think he was letting the ball go, and then he sees it's just in. So
To me, that was clearly inside of the line. I don't even know if it touched the line. So.
Possibly, yeah.
So, Dave, is it pretty warm in Austin right now?
Sorry?
Sorry, I was asking Dave. Said he had a tennis.
Oh, Dave. Yeah, Dave. Okay, yeah, never mind. I understood Damien, and I was like, what?
Oh. I'm sure it's pretty warm in Texas right now. So.
Oh, for sure. I'm interested in this tennis soccer session as well. What's the combination?
Yeah.
Was it first tennis, then soccer, or was it actually some new sport that we just don't know? I am on the jars tonight, Jake. No, I'm not on the jars. I actually cannot be on the jars. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. playing in a table tennis tournament. Very important. Gotta be well prepared.
Yeah, gotta get that sleep tonight and be well rested.
Absolutely, yes. That's why I said that I can't finish off the match if it goes after midnight, which would be 2 hours and 7 minutes from here. So I think we're safe on that.
Yeah, I think you're fine. Honestly,
actually, I mean, if Djokovic was to make the comeback, it would be pushing it kind of close.
It would be tight, but
yeah, we're still far away from that target.
Novak's up 30 love here in his service game. Good rally here. And Novak pushes the backhand a little bit long. Okay, so soccer tennis is starting with soccer against the wall with a partner for like half an hour and then a tennis rally for 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds brutal when it's 90 degrees Fahrenheit outside.
Interesting strategy.
Novak's first serve goes a little bit long.
It's gonna be a good point, and Sinner doesn't make the pass. So 40-15 Novak here. I mean, this set has been, I think you used the word like peaceful or quiet 30 minutes ago, and that's still how it's going. Which I don't really know who that suits, to be honest. I guess whoever lands the break before the breaker or whoever wins the breaker, which isn't much of an answer, I know.
Ooh, is that in?
Oh my. Yeah, that sort of acceleration out of the corner, that's going to be way too much for Novak right now here. Uploads the shot as well from center.
Yeah, great shot from him there.
Funny enough, during this point, I was just going to say that, well, somebody said that the Djokovic movement is looking a bit hampered now, or like limited in the chat. And during this point, I was going to say, I mean, Sinner is not that dynamic at the moment either, but actually, the last two shots, he completely turned that thought of mine around, proved it wrong very, very quickly. So 40-30. Hopefully for Djokovic, it's not going to be another 40-15 and then fail to hold. And it's actually not. So he's leading 5-4.
Right.
First time he got to that sort of a scoreline. Dustin Hoffman seems happy. Didn't realize he was a Novak fan, but why not? He's like, I flew over here from America. Give me 5 sets.
We'll see if Novak can get any sort of pressure into center service game here. Hasn't really done it at any point in the set so far. I mean, a break here would win him the set. Will we reach 16,170 subscribers before the end of the show? Maybe. We're only 3 away.
If Djokovic comes back to win in 5, I think we will.
If you're not,
I think the skiing connection is real. I would like to see a skiing showdown between them, but it definitely shows up in the way that they're moving. And this is funny from Yogi. I have the same with Vilander. Or like, actually, you know, he I don't think he ever coached, but just like, how was this guy one of the most intelligent tennis players on the court? And well, I don't know. Sometimes it works in mysterious ways.
Jannik's first serve goes long. Second one ends up in a comfortable spot for Novak to return it from. And Sinner hits a shot just too long.
Well, 3 points away from the set, Djokovic. Yep. Haven't seen that yet. Maybe all the quick, well, relatively quick holds that he's been getting, maybe this will put some pressure on Jannik here. Adding some height. Oof. Ooh, that's an error I never really see from Sinner. And it is love 30. So maybe this is, you know, you were talking about this earlier, that you rarely see Jannik kind of like crumble under pressure. I guess the next few points will tell us a lot about that.
It's love 30. Good serve from Sinner. Novak gets it back, but Sinner able to put the forehand away.
Yeah, that definitely will be the key to like eventually, well, maybe getting out of this game.
Mm-hmm. All right, so John, sorry, you want Sinner Or no, you want Novak to win a set. Maybe, I'm confused. Yep, okay. He's 2 points away here. Second serve, moving into a forehand rally right now. Really good rally back and forth. And Sinner pushes the ball along. Novak's got 2 set points now.
Yeah, this is big.
Mm-hmm. All right, 15-40. Set points. Seems like there's a bit of noise happening in the stadium. Took a while for Jannik to hit this first serve, which he pushes long. The second serve is in.
This attack looks better. It's a
Yep.
great forehand.
Good point from
Should
Sinner.
be able to drive it away, and he does. Just one more set point coming for Novak.
First serve coming from Sinner now. Down the tee, and Novak puts the return into the net.
Tough to say anything about here. Like, Novak's plan for the last 2 points. He was not allowed to get a plan. When Novak was 15-40 up at 5-4 in the second, but of course that was for Jannik back then, that 5-4. I think Jannik didn't find a first serve on either of the 2 breakpoints. Now obviously it was the other way around.
And so first serve from Jannik goes a little bit long. Second serve in. Forehand rally at the moment. Switching to backhand rallies, and Sinner pushes it a little too wide. So Novak will have a third opportunity to win the set. All right, let's see what happens here.
Oh, I mean, this time he had a shot.
Yeah.
Can you blame the guy for trying? Can you blame him for trying to go after the big forehand? I mean, I guess not. But it was a pretty massive error.
It was very aggressive, but I mean, you're down 2 sets to love. You have a set point, like, you need to be aggressive like that sometimes.
Especially against Jannik, who's really not gonna give you all that much. But I don't know. This felt like a bit of a waste. But maybe it's just because we're seeing how far off he was, and if he lands that, obviously we're spinning a different narrative then.
Sinner's first serve goes pretty far wide.
Gonna be a ball mark inspection here. I think it's out, but let's see what Damien Dumas thinks. I think he believes it's out as well, yeah. Would like to see Hawkeye on that, as from the camera it looked pretty close.
See what Hawkeye thinks.
Novak is, well, at least from standing at the tape, he thinks that the mark is in.
Mm-hmm.
Very tough to say.
Hawkeye says out.
Okay.
Smallest
Jannik is now also like double checking the mark and thinks it's really, really close. There's actually a conversation between them now.
Yep. And Novak still.
Jannik said something to Novak, which is kind of interesting. You rarely get players like involved in such an interaction unless they're, I don't know, like replaying or I don't know. But I don't think that's the case here. Yeah, it's just point Sinner. But yeah, Hawkeye, I actually didn't get to see oh, now I'm seeing it. Okay. Yeah, and it is out according to Hawkeye. Sure, we just go with that then, obviously.
So
I'd rather go with what the umpire checked out, but well, according to Hawkeye, he is right.
Mm-hmm. So advantage Sinner now. That's a really good return from Novak on that point.
He would have loved the one to punch like that on one of the set points.
Yep. So it's back to deuce.
Almost 10 minutes in this game. Of course, about a minute of that was just ball mark drama, but
good serve from Jannik. Puts himself in really good position for the +1 out wide. His advantage Sinner. First serve goes out.
tough game, but Jannik survives. 3 set points saved. One chance for Novak there. That forehand he tried ripping down the line. Didn't quite pan out, but the other two were basically just 2 good serves from Jannik and nothing more he could have done from there. 5 games all.
We'll see what happens here on Novak's serve. How many times have we seen players having break points, set points, and they fail to convert and then go and lose their next service game?
I'm just reading some of the comments that were there like 7 minutes ago, and this made me laugh from Jake.
That was a good drop.
I would say that's the only major difference between them in Carlos's favor, Dave. In Jannik's favor, there's a few more, including the temperament.
And that was out.
consistent he is.
Wow. That court was wide open over there, but yeah, just could not get it in. 15 all.
There's definitely a name for those, yeah. Yeah, he's more brave, but also more spontaneous, more. But yeah, it just leads to risk. That's kind of what I mean when I say different temperament and just Jannik being a bit of a Djokovic and Alcaraz being, I guess, more of a like I don't know, of a Federer, but just different mindset, different approach to the game. One wanting to entertain, one wanting to be as humanly, like as efficient as humanly possible.
Really good forehand from Sinner there.
He smells blood now.
All right, 15-30.
Years of watching tennis would tell us that this is probably where Sinner breaks and ends the match, but obviously the script, it's not a fixed script. At least hopefully not. We're probably not living in the Matrix. Sometimes when I watch these two move around the court, I feel like we're living in the Matrix. All these slow motion fight scenes. Anyway, 30 all and 3 hours on the clock. So, I mean, even if it's straights, it's been a competitive match.
Yeah, that was a great second shot by Novak. Just really took Sinner off of balance and opened up the entire court for him. A massive forehand winner.
Yeah, maybe that's what he kind of lacked on that point earlier, just that one setup shot for the winner on the third set point, I mean. Still without dropping a set, Jannik, this tournament could still win it without doing that.
When ace down the tee, Novak.
But it's not gonna be easy, yeah. He's gonna have to win a tiebreak to do it.
Looks like Novak is still talking to the umpire about that one. Ball that was just a little bit out.
You can't just put it like that. 3 out of 5 on smashes. A smash is not the same as another smash, right? Not all smashes are made the same. Of course, the one in just a second ago was terrible, but the one that he missed in the first set of the baseline, or even way behind the baseline, everybody misses that. If they try to go as aggressive, at least as he was. Which I think was related to the frustration of not ending that point, because he hit an amazing serve, he hit a great forehand out wide, and then suddenly gets such an unpleasant ball. RG has an allergy for, by the way, I didn't mean that as a pun, but RG has an allergy for technology.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Kokinaki smashes against Mari. What a point. I mean, Mari's defense, but Kokinaki's smash is amazing stuff. I mean, honestly, Tanasi was doing a fantastic job extending the point there.
All
Brad
right.
Gilbert. Jeez, Brad Gilbert. That, speaking of coaches that well, don't seem to be as good as the reputation based on some evidence that we have. Sorry, Brad.
Got a Mexican wave going around the stadium right now. It is not dying down at all. Consider stepping up to the line to serve this one eventually, whenever this wave stops. But
Yeah, I mean, they definitely wouldn't mind the fourth set there. Would we? I don't know. I'm kind of fine with the match ending in 3 right now. Oh, it's been a long stream, but obviously we'll keep going if the situation is requiring us.
good serve from Sinner there. First serve goes long. Ooh. Tough backhand.
Yeah. Pretty heavy return, but still more and more, I think, errors like that creeping into Jannik's game recently, which is, of course, putting him in a pretty difficult position. But having survived the 3 set points, he's still close to getting us to a tiebreak. This should already be longer than Alcaraz Musetti, right? Despite going. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Despite, that much sort of going 4 sets, because the fourth set was only 2 games.
Yeah, it was only 2 games in the fourth set. So, not that long of a match.
Oh, another pretty similar error, I guess, from Jannik, trying to take the ball early. And now once more, 2 points away from the set, Djokovic. They're both kind of masters of the tiebreak, so it's tough to say who that option of ending the set would suit. The Djokovic team is showing him 2. I don't know what that is supposed to mean. Are they gonna show him that it's 2 points away? I think he knows that.
Good question, Dave. I don't know why Agassi. Well, Agassi hasn't done a lot of commentary over the years, so
He's sitting in the stadium.
he was in the stadium. He was on the desk prior to the match beginning, so he's there.
Yeah.
At the end of the weekend, so.
Asterix and Obelix are better than us, sure.
At 40-30 now.
Well, the tiebreak kings coming up against each other in a tiebreak. 66 minutes into the third set, it's 6-all. Well, we have the number of the devil there, or the number of the beast.
Oh, and John has joined us now.
I gotta join for this. I think my stream's slightly ahead of you, so I'll keep quiet as you react to what you see in front of you.
Yeah, I've got Djokovic just stepping up to serve right now.
Yeah. So I'm probably 30 seconds in front then.
All right.
Yeah, I'm watching the first point, and it's gonna be Djokovic snapping that backhand down the line a little bit for the mini break. Probably not something that will decide the set yet. Nonetheless, good start
Ooh,
for the Italian
that's
plumber.
horrible long.
For the Italian what?
Plumber,
Oh, because of his outfit.
yeah. Luigi.
Hmm. I could just sort of make noises going, oh, to sort of.
Are Mario Boccardi and Jannik Sinner the Super Mario Bros?
Yes, Jake, indeed. I think with a live preview, we might make it. If it goes to a fourth set, we definitely make it.
Yeah, we should at that point for sure.
Yeah, with the fourth set, we'll definitely make that magical
Sinner was on top from the very start here.
Ooh, another shot long from Novak. 2-love for Sinner.
Yeah, it would be good to check that theory against numbers, Dave, but it could be true like 52% of the time or something like that, right? It's not gonna be a big edge. It's like who starts penalties or something like that. Like, it's an edge that is low enough that you can probably ignore it.
Wait
but
till you see this.
I think you'd probably be obviously right.
Damien, I want your
more than-
word on this, what you're about to see.
Oh, that's gonna be a good smash. Yeah, that's an example of one that definitely classifies. He's looking at this.
Yeah,
at
but
the,
3 from 6, Damien. I mean, you can say one was tricky, yeah? That's normal. If you have 6 smashes, one's going to be tricky.
No, but like three out of 5, that was unfair, I think, to Novak, because he only missed
I
one.
know the smash you mean, but you're always going to have 5 smashes. One's going to be tricky, 4 are going to be easy, right?
It's pretty rare to have a baseline smash.
Anyway, it's now 3
I mean,
from
obviously, he didn't need to hit it like that also. Like, he could have just played it off the forehand, right? This one, obviously, yes, that's just one of the examples that led to him having this reputation.
Oh, that's one of the worst smashes I've seen in this tournament.
That was pretty bad.
Did Rebecca have one maybe even closer to the net than that? Maybe against Iga.
There was like that, yeah. But finally, Djokovic is on the board in the breaker. Not done, but in a tiebreak, this sort of a smash obviously hurts even more.
I think it might be the difference between winning and losing this tiebreak. That point
could be. Imagining the butterfly effect is not a thing, it would be 2-2 now. In fact, Djokovic would even be leading the tiebreak if butterfly effect wasn't a thing.
I wonder, even just for a mental giant such as Novak, even if his reputation is going through his mind sometimes when he's hitting these smashes.
Definitely. I mean, I don't know if reputation or like how people perceive him, but just the fact that, oh no, smash, I'm not too good at smashing. Like, that has to be in.
It must have been in his mind during one of the last 100 smashes he's hit in his career.
Definitely. Remember when Mari was trying to lob him to death in Doha 2017? It was like maybe 30 or something like that. And
who was trying to lob him to death?
Good.
Who was trying to lob him to death?
Andy Murray.
Oh, Andy Murray. I heard Mario.
Oh, Mario. No, he's playing Luigi, so no.
Yeah, right. 4-2 change of ends. If Djokovic wins from here, I think whatever happens, even if he runs out 6-1, 6-2, 6-1 or whatever, I think it probably does eclipse Nadal's comeback against Medvedev. The Nadal thing has the foot injury.
But it's not
the-
a final.
No, but yeah, if you could just isolate the match, but I guess you can't because there's matches that go on across the world.
No, I don't think it would eclipse that, by the way, no.
The love 40 in the injury is what just adds to it. The love 40 at 2-3, I think it was.
Yes, exactly. That's why I think it doesn't, yeah. At that point, like the match was just
love
done
40
and
on hard,
dusted.
yeah.
It's kind
A
of
lot of
like
people-
serving.
Yeah, a lot of people go to that 96-4, like that 96%,
Yeah.
4%. But that actually was represented, I think, at the beginning of the third. It wasn't at
I'm
that
not
exact moment. You know, they that screenshot of win probability that they.
Yeah, I know the screenshot, but I don't remember the scoreline on it.
It wasn't like at love 40 or something like that. It was during the match.
Needless to say, this return does not help Novak either.
This is starting to look like one-way traffic from Sinner.
Well, you throw in the overhead. Could have gone a bit differently for sure. Now he has to be perfect from here. And that's not being perfect from here. That is snapping a forehand error. So 4 match points in a row for the Italian plumber for the world number 1 to get into his first round Garros final.
Who would have thought an Italian plumber reaching world number 1?
Probably not Mario. He was always the main character of the story. And I don't mean Mario Boccardi. Even
One
though
match.
he's the main character of his story.
One match.
But yeah, stick angle.
Mm-hmm.
Just 3 more match points. Jannik Sinner is shaking in his boots.
Three hours, 16 minutes. For a straight sets win, that's pretty lengthy.
Oh, for sure, yeah. It's a competitive match. I mean, nobody can say that Novak hasn't given a great effort today. It's just an uphill battle, kind of whatever he does. Anyway, 3 match points. Jannik has had issues finding the first serve, so it would be kind of fitting on a second ace, for example, as he hit. But no, not this time. I don't think it was on this side. But yeah, he wins anyway. Into the final. 6, what was it? Oh, Jesus, I forgot the result already. 6-4, 7-5, 7-6.
Yeah.
At least Novak broke him, finally.
I actually think, honestly, watching the match, I thought Novak's level was still pretty impressive at 38 years old. I think it was a wafer-thin margin between him and 4 or maybe even 5 sets. Now, that 5th set, he might have just gone away. But we don't really know where we are with Jannik 2025 and where he would be in 5 sets. We know where Jannik was. Oh, hang on a sec. What's Novak doing? So I'm obviously about 30 seconds ahead of you. He's stopping to wave to the crowd. This will definitely be misinterpreted in a million different ways by social media outlets in particular. What's he going to do now? He's going to get some play as well.
I already turned off the stream. I mean, as long as he's not announcing his retirement, I don't see what he could do there that would be interesting.
Sabotage Jannik's winner speech that way. But yeah, I actually do think there's sometimes he'll come out with words about LA Olympics and all that stuff. But listen, we need to be in 2027 before we start having that conversation regarding where Novak will be. I do think we might be just 2 or 3 big sort of moments or losses away, because if he's just like Rafa, but even more so for Novak in a way, I don't think we're going to just see him gradually slide down the rankings. I think, yeah, I mean, Rafa slid down the rankings in a dramatic fashion because he didn't play for 18 months. Novak doesn't seem like he's going to be like that, but it'll be a more gradual. But I think when he gets to 15 in the world, for example, and he's not laying a glove on Jannik and Carlos, then that'll be that. But today was Jannik Sinner's day, of course, winning in straight sets. Carson, what did you make of the match?
I was really impressed by how well Jannik did in spite of his first serve percentage today. I think if you told me it was like low 50s for the match, I think that Novak would be able to make more headway than he did into several of these games. But he stayed really aggressive on the second serve, went big on it, got a handful of his aces on the second serve. That was impressive to me, and yeah, so a really good win for him.
Damien, I think the margins were pretty fine, although maybe they're just fine in each set, and then they sort of add up to an eventual straight sets win for Jannik. I thought Novak looked pretty fresh, despite 3 hours and 15 minutes plus. I think he could have gone for a fourth set, and, well, we would have seen how it would have been in the fifth. But, yeah, what were your reflections on the match?
Yeah, I mean, definitely no dips. In terms of like physicality, I think he knew that he has to be on top right away, just be very aggressive. Like, just letting Jannik go for 15 minutes, that already means a set is gone at least. So that was never really an option. He came out kind of trying to play maybe similar tennis as against Zverev, a lot of these drop shots to try to like mix it up, but that was never really going to work with Jannik being so aggressive with his court positioning and just his average ball being so much better as well than Zverev's. So obviously he had to adjust. I liked some of the things he did. Obviously letting it rip a bit more on the forehand side, that was definitely the key. Maybe if this is a fast court match, maybe he has a better opportunity to just, I don't know, go to the net as well and just, not let Sinner like get into all these dynamic out of the corners type of rallies with him. But in the long run, still a fine effort for sure. I definitely think that Djokovic did okay. Just, right now, Sinner and Alcaraz, we've said it many times, they're just playing in another league, playing another sport to everybody on tour. And I'm sorry, but Novak Djokovic also qualifies into this category. I just had a text from a friend who said that like it's pretty wild to hear statements like it's been a fine effort when you're watching Djokovic losing to Sinner in free, because that feels like something you will hear when, I don't know, Ben Shelton loses to Alcaraz or Sinner, right? But the reality is that, yeah, the gap is big here. The physicality obviously is also a part of it, not in the fatigue sense, as you mentioned. That was fine for Novak seemingly today. But yeah, he's going to be a little slower than this other guy who's just as efficient and, basically probably 90% as good as Djokovic was in his prime. So yeah, it was as close probably as it could have been, sort of, but at the same time, 3 set points, there's always going to be that little bit of, oh, actually, maybe if he keeps going with Jannik, who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I sort of take some, as a neutral-ish observer, I do take some confidence for Novak in terms of that performance today. Does beat everyone bar 2 players on the tour. And hey, maybe even that performance might even knock Carlos to some extent, just because of Carlos's nature in terms of where he's at. And suddenly he's 2 sets to 1 down, and he might well struggle like he did in Australia this year, for example, despite winning the first set. And I think Jannik Sinner, yes, the first serve percentage that you highlighted, Carson, but I think Jannik brought his A game by and large, and it was just ahead of where Novak is. So whereas 2 weeks ago, Novak was probably not hanging with, I know, because he'll sort of talk about his slam levels, but basically his performances since the Olympics really had been, sort of not even be able to hang with 20 or 30 in the world players, and yet then he turns up at Slam and he can basically hang with anyone who isn't called Jannik or Carlos. Of course, he didn't play him. Any final reflections on that, Carson, before I just reflect on some of the stats?
I agree. Like, other than the first serve, everything that Jannik did today was absolutely incredible. So, yeah, Novak played very well. It was small margins in between them. The set points that he missed out in set 3 are, I don't know how much he will think about that tonight before he goes to bed, but it's a what if. But I do think that the better player won today, and that we're now it's a big final next in between the two best players in the world.
Yeah, right. We're going to talk about that in a moment. Damien, I think we disagree slightly regarding Novak against Sinner on grass, and especially at Wimbledon. I just think that the margins at Roland Garros, Novak is an unbelievable clay court player, an unbelievable French Open player, 3 French Open titles. But I just think that the gap narrows a little bit on grass between these two.
Obviously narrows on any fast court. That's just what it is between any players, really, and especially here, because we assume that in best of 5, especially, the physical intensity of like grinding with Sinner or Alcaraz, just from running, from sprinting from corner to corner, that's a little much for Novak right now. So yeah, we would assume that maybe much like Wimbledon, it's going to be a little tougher. But yeah, I don't know. We've already watched Sinner play Djokovic in Shanghai. Was that a close match? Like, you can look at it both ways. It was 7-6, 6-3. Sinner barely had any chances to break Novak. But at the same time, did he ever fall into any trouble on his serve? Was there ever a moment where you think like, okay, Novak might be able to do something here? It was just a different type of like slow death, really. So honestly, I don't know if it improves his chances by that much. I also think that the Sinner cannot play on grasses. It's just a total myth, just like it was with
Maybe
clay.
that's what you're kind of trying to put to bed there, more than.
I think so. I mean, the margins will be slimmer if it's quicker, definitely. But I just don't think the difference is that big. Also, I mean, was Sinner really incredible today? It's just more he's incredible any day. Like his base level is just absurdly high. Like he literally does not have to produce much, but his like standard performance to be as impressive as he was, which I guess doesn't change much. It's like a more of a lingo difference, I guess.
Listen, I haven't seen huge amounts of Jannik. I saw his entire match with Bublik, but that aside, I haven't seen lots of him. But yeah, his base and peak are not a million miles apart, and he was somewhere between the two today. So he was, if he wasn't quite bringing his A game, he was bringing his A- game today. Regarding the stats, by the way, he did up his first serve percentage up to 51% for the match. So suddenly that becomes a little bit more normal. Novak continues this. Every time I look at Novak's first serve percentage, by the way, it's always in the 70s. Throughout Miami, I remember in particular when, of course, he got to the final. And today was no different, 71%. It's almost like he knows that's what he needs, and he knows he has to have good serving days to, make finals or win tournaments or go deep at slams. And today was no different, as I said. I'm just seeing if there's anything else in particular of note. Just have a look at the length of the rallies here.
Funny enough, by the way, I already saw a conversation about like the interpretation of Novak's gesture at the end. You're right on that.
Yeah.
There'll be a lot of that over the next 12 hours.
It may be also him sort of not even to the extent where Rafa was at in 24, but he might be like, I don't know where my level will be in 12 months from now, or more importantly, where my level will be in sort of 3 to 6 months from now. I think he'll see how Wimbledon goes. I think right now I see him playing the US Open. And by the way, we're sort of, the way I'm talking is like, no, if he gets to the final at Wimbledon and makes the semis at the US, and he's there at the ATP finals, I think those things will happen. He might choose Davis Cup. I don't know where is Serbia in terms of Davis Cup this year. Are they going to be in the finals, or they got a shot at it? I'm not sure, but I'm just thinking about what last, like some years he sort of prioritizes in a way Davis Cup, because I think he'd like to win that a little, maybe even a little bit more than ATP Tour Finals. But I see probably he keeps going. But if his level does keep dropping, and suddenly, okay, he lost to Mensik in the final in Miami, but if he's losing, let's say he's not going deep at Wimbledon or the US Open, and he's losing again to players ranked 20 to 50 in the world at some of these other tournaments that he does play, does he go to Australia and say goodbye? Does he keep going as far as Wimbledon? I highlight Wimbledon and Australia because I think, in a way, those are the two most important tournaments to him for very different reasons. One, because he's the most successful player to have ever played there, and the other because it's the tournament where he's almost the most successful player to ever play there, and is a tournament that's obviously did his heart. If you ever listen to any interview, he'll always talk about Wimbledon. So, and who knows, maybe his body, and he'll be like, maybe this time next year, he'll be like, I'm going to slack off on the clay season and say goodbye at Wimbledon. I think that's me mapping things out a bit like we did for Rafa in terms of the Olympics. And in the end, he went another step further, didn't he, by playing the Davis Cup. But just looking at some of these stats, 1 to 4 shot rally, Jannik was on top. The 5 to 8 shot rally, so that sort of midterm rally, is actually where Novak won, 34 to 30 in that dynamic. But then it changes again, 9+. I think if you see if you see a stark difference between the 9+ rally and the 1 to 4 shot rally, fine. But those two both went Jannik's way, so maybe that 5 to 8 shot rally thing is not something to look too much into in terms of where Novak was winning those points. I think tactically, Damien, do you think Novak could have done something different? I mean, we talked about the drop shots kind of as a joke, but I'm not sure if that would have made a huge amount of difference.
Yeah. Is Damien still in here?
Oh, is Damien gone? I haven't even seen the... sometimes he drops off. Let's see if he'll come back. Carson, you can respond to that question. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, early on in the match, after the first set, that 5 to 8 shot rally was going Sinner's way.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
So that changed over the last couple of sets, and
yeah,
it felt like there were a few points, especially when Novak was serving, where it'd be, instead of like a serve +1, it'd be almost like a serve +2, and he would like take it to that third shot, use his second shot to move Sinner out wide, and then try to put it away in the open court. That was a relatively effective play today, but yeah, early on, not really sure about the selection of having, was it 9 drop shots in the first set? Not sure if that was the correct tactic. Works against Zverev, but Sinner's not standing as far back. He's a little bit quicker up to the net. Just probably not quite the correct play. I'm not sure if that would have changed anything in the first set.
Yeah, I think the result probably wouldn't have changed. I think at times it did seem a little desperate and it didn't quite work out for him. But just finally, Damien, before we move on to the final, we're just talking about tactics from Novak in particular, as the person who didn't win the match. Is there anything he could have or should have done differently?
I think the start was a little slow in terms of, understanding that perhaps against this opponent, the drop shot was just not really going to be a thing, which I don't really know how he was expecting it to work out. After that, yeah, there's that third set point where he really lets go and, just smashes a big forehand. But some other occasions in this match, it works out. I think perhaps some of that is also the frustration of not having anything to say on the previous 2 set points, simply because the Jannik serve was way too good. So, yeah, I mean, maybe some small bits there, but ultimately I don't think they would have really changed the outcome of the match. It's just very difficult for Novak, and regardless of the strategy he was applying at the given moment, it was an uphill battle. So was there a possibility for him to extend it? Perhaps, but it's not a given that would have actually ended up with a different outcome. So, he wasn't as much of a genius tactical performance as he had against Zverev, but he also wasn't given as much space.
From the sort of 10 or 15 sort of obvious stats you can look at, Damien, what is the most irrelevant? Because I think I'm about to highlight it, or at least it's the cliche of the most irrelevant, if that makes sense, stat to look at. If you think about errors, unforced errors, winners, aces, double faults, breakpoint opportunities, total points won, net points won. What of that group of stats I've just highlighted, which is the least important, would you suggest?
Please don't say smash percentage.
It's actually, I think aces is the cliche amongst, not quite tennis nerds, but it's the one that you would just sort of go, yeah, aces don't mean a lot. But Jannik hit 10 today.
If the number is extraordinarily high, then you can definitely mention it. But
I think 10 across 3 sets on clay at Roland Garros in a tournament.
It's over 3 hours. It's over 3 hours.
Yeah, 3 hours. Yeah, I guess so. Some of those service games might have been quite long. But no, 10 seems quite high to me. One double fault from Jannik and one from Novak, and 4 aces off the racket of Novak. But no, 10 seems quite high. And I just wonder as well if I'm double guessing and reading too much into those reflexes of Novak not quite being maybe what they would have been even 2 years ago. I think 2 years is a decent number of time to sort of analyze where Novak was and where he is now. It's really difficult over 6 months or even 12 maybe, but just to see just a tiny decline, which is enough for him to lose matches like this today, I think. All right, shall we, Carson, look ahead to the first Grand Slam final between Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz. Oh, actually, before we do, I've got one other thing to show you. I'm going to show you, Carson, first and see what you think of this. So there's a mini Twitter spat here. Carson. Rene Stubbs says, Sinner standing differently to return the serve. He's standing with an almost open stance towards his forehand, only on the first serve. I've never seen that from him before. And then she's obviously sharing this image from her TV. And then Boris Becker, who generally will do absolutely anything to avoid confrontation, except maybe with the UK police. And he has said, yes, we've known that since the beginning of the tournament. I don't know, just funny. It's funny, Boris picking his fights. It's a real funny one, that one.
Yeah. Look, I do like Renee Stubbs, but this is one she probably could have picked on a little bit earlier than the semifinals of the Grand Slam. It's newish still, so yeah, if you haven't watched a lot of him, I guess, it is still a new thing, but yeah, it is the semifinals at this point.
Damien, I don't know what the opposite of bromance is, but that might be what's brewing between Renee and Boris. Oh, I think we're losing Damien again. Right, listen, as I said, Carson, we will now look forward to the semi-final between Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz. What have you made of their journeys to the final, Carson? I mean, obviously we've got some classic examples of Carlos leaking sets, of Carlos maybe just wandering at times in some of his matches. I thought he was pretty on it and pretty focused, probably from the Ben Shelton match onwards. I'm not sure that it was a lack of focus today against Lorenzo Musetti that cost him that first set. But what have you made of Carlos's path to the final, Carson?
It has been just dropping a random set here, there, and he's dropped a handful of sets throughout this tournament. Sinner hasn't dropped any yet.
No.
So there's, I think the question, obviously, there's a little bit of a time differential in how long the two of them have been on court. How much does that matter when the two of them get into a final? I don't think it's the biggest differentiating factor in between them, but I think
what could be the biggest differentiating factor? And I need another 5 or 10 minutes before I come to your prediction, Carson. But what do you think could be the biggest differentiation factor between the two?
I think the biggest thing is going to be how well Carlos manages just the specific moments where Sinner's going to put more pressure on him than other players are able to, where he's able to return shots with a little more pace than some other people that he has played. And just with more consistency, Sinner's going to try to glue him down to the baseline a little bit more, not let him come in quite as much. How does he handle that if plan A for him, whatever plan A might be, isn't working necessarily? If he does have to switch it up and go with a plan B, how does he handle that, and how quickly can he adjust?
Damien, what are your sort of initial thoughts on the first Grand Slam final between Alcaraz and Sinner?
Yeah, I hope this time we're gonna stay on. Apparently on the phone the connection is a little worse. But yeah, I mean, it's great to have another final between them. Obviously the first one between two players born in 2000s. They've dominated the last 5-6 slams. Last year we remember that they had like such subpar clay seasons, and then they show up and they're just much better than anyone else. This time even more. Yeah, I don't think the fact that Alcaraz has dropped some sets, like it's just not enough to make a difference. The time on court and everything, the difference just isn't that big. And we've spoken about this so many times, but Sinner is just an efficient killing machine. Alcaraz likes to entertain, mess around a little, and basically drops his focus, but not in the Sinner matchup. I mean, he just knows, he said it himself after their own match, that he cannot afford to do it here. So we're not really going to see that. He has shown as well in the past that he is a very good mid-match adjuster, if that's even a word, in the Sinner matchup, whereas in some other ones, not necessarily. He has the intangibles, and Sinner has the shot-for-shot game. So I think it's very much a similar scenario like last year, where it's a very close battle. It's 51-49. Most people would, however, say that the edge is with one player. So it's fascinating to come up with that we will get that final again. I think before the event I said that it's basically good for everybody involved in the tennis world right now if they just keep meeting each other, because it's clear they're in another league to anybody else. And again, Carlos Alcaraz lost 3 sets during this event. Jannik Sinner didn't, but they were both similarly so far ahead of literally everybody else in the draw that it would feel unfair if we didn't get this final.
Carson, if I said to you before the tournament, one player is getting to the final without dropping a set, and the other one is going to drop, a few sets, but as Damien highlighted, was never really in danger of going out. Probably as close as he got was today, in terms of the fact that he was set down and obviously in a second set tiebreak. You could probably just tell me immediately which one was which. It would just be so on narrative or on brand is the expression I'm looking for, that Jannik does his trip to the final and Carlos does his. I also think, Carson, that there's been the two things with Carlos's route to the final. There's not been like a poor performance or enough poor periods of matches for you to be concerned about his performance in the final, and there's also not been enough poor performances that he's had to go 5 sets as often as he did, for example, even at the US Open in 2022. That fatigue is going to really probably be a factor in terms of the previous 2 weeks. I don't know what you think about that, Carson.
I don't think that fatigue will be too much of a factor, and this would not be the first time he's won a Grand Slam after dropping sets throughout the tournament. There is a bit of a brand for this, but he knows how to play in these big moments. Maybe he does lose focus, or maybe it's just like a little bit of like matchmaking, trying to entertain a little bit more, not prioritizing what might be the correct shot in some of these instances. But I'm not worried about him going into the situation where he's been dropping sets, and Sinner has been absolutely blowing everyone out of the water in straight sets. So I think it's going to be a good match. Both of them are playing kind of how you expect them to play, and that's how they get to number 1 and number 2 in the world right now. So I think it's going to be a good final.
The head-to-head, Damien, also makes us, go a little bit towards Carlos. They've played to each other at the French Open, for example, a year ago, and Carlos won that one, albeit in 5 sets. And okay, it's 7-4, but perhaps, or 8-4, as you may wish to remind us. Or,
Thank you.
Yeah, perhaps, though, even more importantly, though, than all of that, is that he's won the last 4 encounters, including a clash in Rome 2 to 3 weeks ago. So, yeah, all of this sort of adds weight to the Carlos being the favorite, which I'm sure he is with the bookmakers, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, this is a matchup that has featured a complete role reversal, because back in the day, I mean, it used to be 4-all, obviously, between them, but basically we were saying that Alcaraz is dominating the tour, Sinner isn't, but yet when they're coming up against each other, Jannik is able to compete. And right now it's completely the other way around. Like, Alcaraz isn't necessarily beating anybody else. Sinner hasn't lost to anyone but Alcaraz since
I might have just lost him there.
We have, yeah. If he jumps back, then we'll bring him back. Carson, what about you in this head-to-head and that Rome final? Is this, we mentioned some things that might not be a factor, but this feels like maybe the overwhelming factor above all else.
Yeah, I think 11 matches in between each other, that's definitely far enough into a head-to-head where you can have an idea of if someone is actually posing problems for another player. I'm not necessarily sure that the Rome matchup is the greatest indicator. The second set was quite one-sided. It was also Sinner's first tournament back after his suspension, so still building into match fitness and match play at that point. But yeah, it's not the only match that they've had on clay. They've met here at Roland Garros before, and yeah, Alcaraz has just always found that extra step to come through.
I think the way we've all been... Go on, Damien.
No, I don't know how much you heard, but I was just talking about the role reversal in this one, and like how, at first it was Alcaraz struggling way too much against Sinner, considering like he was dominating the tour, Jannik wasn't. Now it's the other way around. And basically the last few matches we're just seeing that Carlos is, a better tactician, has more in store in terms of versatility, variety, and usually he ends up like surviving the first initial onslaught of Sinner just trying to blast him off the court, and then eventually wins the match. Last 4, I mean, it's an incredible story that Sinner is basically not losing to anybody else but him. And yeah, Rome, of course, Jannik is going to be sharper right now. But it was also a match that was somewhat similar to their previous encounters from 2024 and how it went. And that's why I think, maybe spoiling a little bit, that even though it's so close, it's kind of tough to give like Sinner the edge right now. Because even if you think the edge is super tight, it kind of has to be Carlos.
Yeah, I would be interested to know, actually, not that I give too much concern, but I would just wonder if maybe the bookmakers have maybe, I'm guessing they have to make Alcaraz the favourite. But
Sinner was the favourite when they played in Rome.
Was he? Okay. I mean, I sort of can just about see that being plausible, but I think now what happened in Rome was sort of the final argument for this particular match. Now, that argument may change for their next match, depending on what happens on Sunday. But I mean, I'd also be, just off the top of my head, Jannik Sinner losses since that loss to Carlos Alcaraz in Indian Wells of last year. I can only remember one other loss he had against Medvedev at Wimbledon. I could be wrong.
Rublev Montreal.
Oh, Rublev Montreal. Thank you. Okay. So there's 2 players, 2 matches across, I don't know, but we'll be pushing 100 matches, right? I guess from Indian Wells to now, maybe a bit less, maybe a bit closer to 80 matches from March of last
not
year.
100.
But we're looking at a vast number of numbers, well over 50 and probably somewhere around about 80, I would guess, matches. And he's lost to 3 players. And he's lost 7 matches, and 4 of them have been against Alcaraz. And there's probably more damage.
You're missing Tsitsipas Monte Carlo.
Oh, no, because that was after Indian Wells. Yeah, true. Yeah, when he was sort of injured. Anyway, you get the point. Basically, it's Alcaraz who's his kryptonite, not quite
It's
in the
best
same
to
way.
just say post Montreal, he's like 40 something and 0 against anybody but Alcaraz. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, that's a nice dynamic or matrix or whatever
I,
the word is.
I forget which number it is right now because obviously it updates with every win, but 40 something and 0, yeah.
Yeah, but we've sort of talking ourselves, but I don't think we needed to into a Carlos win one way or another, Carson, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it is interesting. I didn't know this, but looking at the 3 matches prior to their one in Rome, Sinner won the first set in all of those.
Oh yeah.
Which, I don't know, interesting side note maybe. Yeah,
and he was close in Rome. He had a set point, I think, on Carlos's serve. Obviously, the tiebreak was close as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he said after the tournament that he was quite tired in that match. So maybe in the second set, just like pulling back a little bit, knowing that there are bigger things coming, even in a Rome final at that point. But yeah, I mean, you wonder if he does pull out that first set, what happens the rest of that match? Is the second set still 6-1 for Alcaraz? Who knows? It's all speculation at this point. But yeah, I do feel like it's kind of hard to not back Carlos in this one right now.
Damien, I do think, so this is me now sort of favouring an argument for Jannik. I do think that if that Rome final happens now, or, you know, we're going to see a Rome final repeat, albeit over 5 sets, it's better for Jannik now than it was then. I do think there might have been at least a percentage, which may only be a game or 2 in the second set, or it might only be a set in the whole match, and he probably still loses in that final in Rome. But I do think there was a percentage that Jannik hadn't played for 3 months, and therefore that was just maybe one match too far, despite some of the incredible performance we saw from Jannik early on in the tournament.
Oh, possibly, yeah. He's going to be sharper now. He got a lot of good intel on where he is because of that Alcaraz match. But also best of 5, that's still better for Carlos, right? So it kind of evens out. Yeah. I thought it was really stupid when Sinner was a pretty heavy favorite in the Rome final. I don't know what the odds are going to be like right now. But yeah, for me, it's just kind of like last year. 51 has to go to Alcaraz. It's also not really like something accidental that he was losing all these first sets because they keep playing the same pattern. Sinner blows him off the court for the first 20, 30 minutes. And then Alcaraz like gets his way back into the match with some really good thinking, with the extra tools that he has in his arsenal. So we've just been watching them play the same match. And it's always close, you know, the margins are slim. So that's why I'm not saying Alcaraz will definitely pull it off again. But if you give him more time to come up with a strategy, if you give him more time to kind of like, you know, confuse Jannik, mix up his contact points and everything, also more time to potentially outlast him physically, which I think like he can do as well. The edge has to be with him, but it's a slight one.
I'm surprised, Damien, you're going 51-49 and not 55-45.
Not more.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I don't see a major difference between these two numbers, to be honest. What I'm trying to say is that the edge is slight, but I know exactly which side to go for. Let's just say that.
Yeah, right.
Whereas usually if you're like this fixed on which side has to have the edge, it's just more. It's a bigger advantage, right?
Carson, what could Jannik do that will ultimately harm Carlos on the day?
He's going to have to figure out how to keep him on the baseline for a majority of the match. If Carlos is able to just start moving into the court, taking a couple of steps in, he's going to start dictating the points from there, and that's something that Sinner's not as comfortable playing against. The beauty of Sinner's game is that he's able to dictate points a majority of the time, and he just doesn't have many matches against players who are able to take over from him. Yeah, so I think that could be something that Carlos will need to do if he's going to win this match. Sinner's going to have to defend against that.
I mean, it's easier said than done, Damien. But win the first set is it's not tactical advice. I remember I think it's a former Liverpool player, by the way. So, but I'm going back to like the 70s or 80s, Damien. It was a guy called Mark Lawrenson, and he is like he played obviously a lot of European football, and it was always like, don't concede in the first 20 minutes kind of thing was a philosophy. And I remember him commentating on a match for the BBC going, they conceded in the first 20 minutes. It's exactly what they shouldn't have done. And that's what it's like, well, yeah, well, so me saying to Jannik, just go and win the first set and then we'll build our tactical game plan around that. I know we've got the evidence that Carson highlighted of win the first set doesn't mean you're going to win the match, but that would be, just serve amazingly well and make sure you take that first set whilst Carlos does try and figure things out, and then we'll take it from there. That's all I could possibly say. But yeah, I mean, I would just try and make sure you get more of your first serves in than you did over the first two sets today. What would you add to the tactical master plan that Jannik might need to deliver on Sunday, Damien?
It's tough because Jannik, I mean, he just has such a high base level, as we mentioned, but at the same time, he is somewhat predictable. Like, it's not easy for him to come out of the comfort zone. So I think for him, like, it's pretty clear what he's going to try to do, right? That he's taking the first set. I mean, if their matches are the same as the most recent ones, then yeah, that would be part of the plan. Obviously, in best of five, it's a little less relevant, but their last four matches, maybe not Rome, but their 3 matches in 2024, especially Indian Wells and Roland Garros, basically started from Jannik just smashing Carlos off the court for the first 20 minutes. So yeah, try to go all out at first and basically not give Carlos that much time to react. As Dave says in the chat as well, I mean, rushing Carlos to the forehand side, that's something that he was always trying to do. Will attempt to do again. And yeah, just not give Alcaraz that time to strategize, think, show that he has more tools in his skill set.
How do
you do that? Just apply pressure.
I don't think tactics is going to be a big thing on Sunday, Damien. I'll come to you again one more time, Carson, after I've heard Damien.
For Alcaraz, it won't be?
I don't think even for Jannik, because I just don't think, it's not like Jannik.
I mean, for Alcaraz, it's a bigger thing for Alcaraz, not for Sinner.
Okay. What tactics should Carlos deploy?
I mean, last year he was in Indian Wells. He was basically keeping Jannik out of his comfort zone, the slices. At Roland Garros, he went more for the high ball, and just not giving Sinner that favorite contact point he has of just like crashing every single shot off the ground. In the same very efficient manner. I think absolutely, yeah. Just throwing him a lot of height through the backhand corner. In Rome, that was crucial again.
Maybe it's because I also just associate Carlos with such variety that I don't, I don't. Carlos serve and volley against Medvedev is one thing, but against Jannik, yeah, maybe like mixing things up a bit. But Carlos does mix things up a bit. Maybe when he plays Jamur, maybe Carlos is not thinking about that quite so much. But Carson, do you want to react to anything that Damien and I have been talking about?
I think, I think we've said a lot, things and covered a lot of this match. Carlos is definitely, I think his tactical variety is going to be higher than Sinner's going into this match. It's going to be a little bit more important for him to have a clear plan, and that's not that Sinner doesn't have a plan. It's just that there is a plan and it works very well for him. So he generally doesn't have to change it up a bunch. For Carlos, I mean, he's got a 7-4 head-to-head lead, 1-4 in a row. There is part of it that you want to have some tactics in place, but there is also a point where you just trust. If you're on his coaching staff, you just trust your player. You know how to play against him. Go out and do what you do, and you can win this final.
Yeah, I agree. I think the thing is, although I'm leaning Carlos, I don't blame anyone who suggests that they think Jannik will win, because I do think his level has improved over the last 3 or 4 weeks through Rome and then than this tournament, and therefore should provide a more competitive match. But I just think that if his level is where it is now in Rome, for example, I just think we get two tight sets that both go the way of Carlos, rather than one tight set and one easy set. So I sort of, if that was 7-6, 6-1, I think it was in Rome, it would have been 7-6, 6-4. Ultimately, the same person is lifting the trophy, and the same result, more or less, is happening with Carlos winning in straight sets. But yeah, that's my sort of final thought on it. As Damien's come back, I will get him one more time. But yeah, just one more word from you, Damien, on this final before we wrap things up.
5 hour 25 5 hours something, by the way. Sinner Alcaraz played at the US Open, Dave, so that's definitely not his longest match. 3 hours 48 minutes. Sinner.
It was an interesting thing that you and Van spoke about, by the way, and that's not really a preview. Well, it is a preview, because I think it's really good for our viewers and listeners to be aware of, is that was a good stat that Vanch brought out regarding Jannik and 4 hours plus matches, which unbelievably included that Wimbledon match that you highlighted. So he's never won a match that went 4 hours and over. Now, there are 2 matches that were 4 hours on the dot in that bunch, but it's still a thing. I do think it would have been interesting to have gone beyond 4 hours today, which I guess if a fourth set had manifested itself, I'm pretty sure we would have gone beyond 4 hours. And then I think he does finally win a match. But basically, he's never won a match that went 4 hours or over. What we don't know, which is what we did know in 2023 in particular, was where Jannik was at when it came to lengthy encounters. I actually don't know where we're at anymore with Jannik and 4 or 5 plus hours. Maybe against Carlos, we sort of do, but we don't know where he would have been at against Novak today. You would imagine the age differential that would have benefited Jannik, despite that unfortunate statistic. So, but I think it's still an interesting thing to bear in mind that he's never won a match that went over 4 hours, which probably against Carlos is 4 and a bit sets, I guess, on clay.
I mean, he went 5 hours and 20 something minutes with Carlos at the US Open. He was fine physically. Obviously, Jannik is still pretty fragile.
Was he all right in the 5th set in that match?
No, but I think he was fine. Yes, at least more or less fine. And, at least for 4.5 hours, he was okay. I mean, he is more fragile than Alcaraz. I think more likely that just like him totally falling apart is something like last year, something like against Rune in Australia and the likes, just crises, deeps, moments where for 20 minutes Jannik is looking like he is about to be out of gas, then he starts playing well again, and it's kind of going to be like a cycle of sorts. Managing that, he's pretty good at it. So, yeah, I mean, it could be a factor in this final, but I wouldn't just automatically assume that if it goes after over the 4 hour mark, Alcaraz is just going to win. But with every passing minute by then, he'd probably be getting a bit more likely, you'd think at least. And yeah, the fact that Sinner hasn't dropped a set, has spent a little less time on court, I don't think the difference is meaningful enough.
Who's winning, Carson?
Alcaraz in 5.
Ooh, 5. Okay. Damien, who's winning?
Why not? Let's say the same.
I'll go Alcaraz in 4. I'll go someone in 4, and I'm going to go Alcaraz. But in a way, Sinner in 4, Sinner, three feels like I heard you say during the stream today. Both of you, I think, was like, I can't imagine it being a straight sets win for either player. But 7-6, 7-6, 7-6 could happen. Sorry, Carson.
Something would have to happen for it to be straight sets, like injury or something, which obviously we're not wishing on either of them, but it would have to be something pretty dramatic, I think, for it to be straight sets.
But at some reason, I think 4. I think 4 for either. I say I'm not. Despite, it's a bit like that poll thing I mentioned the other day, Damien, is that you might see a poll that has 90% favouring one player and 10% over another. No, this is not fan polls. If you just have I could put this poll in the Talking Tennis chat, and all 40 people, including the ones that haven't been anything in the chat for 3 years, respond and vote in this poll, and 90% may vote Alcaraz, but it doesn't represent how close we all think it may well manifest itself. Okay, listen, to both of you, a big thanks for your commentary today, because I think that was awesome. A little bit like the fight that Novak was able to put up, but that wasn't quite enough in the end. But I've got Damien back again. I was quite happy to sort of close things off, but we'll just bring him back one more time, because I think he's determined to be here to say goodbye to all the people in the live chat, many of which I've been ignoring for the last 20 minutes. Damien, we're about to say goodbye. Have you got a message for us all to take with us?
Yeah, I mean, clearly it's time to say goodbye. Well, all of my technology is now not allowing me to keep going. But yeah, thank you. Fantastic stream.
Cheers. Carlson, same to you. Big thanks to you.
Thank you.
And to everybody else, I need to set up the outro video. And when I do, you will know the drill. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.